Passion into Profit, read by the author Andy Harrington. This book is based on 9 fundamental truths. Number 1, the knowledge, know-how and experience you've acquired to date are valuable assets. There are people in the world right now that are willing to pay money to learn how to do what you can already do and know what you already know. Number 2, everything that has happened in your life, good or bad, has happened for a reason. Your experiences have gifted you a unique empathy with people who face what you've faced. Now you are perfectly positioned to give something back to them and be a source of information and inspiration. Number 3, if you have overcome the pain of failure, rejection or loss in your personal or professional life, you'll have learned valuable lessons. These lessons can be packaged into helpful advice in the forms of articles, posts, blogs, books, home study programs, podcasts, online videos, webinars and workshops. Number 4, there are an ever-growing number of advisors, consultants, coaches, therapists, practitioners, mentors, experts, speakers, trainers and seminar leaders that range from total unknown to an expert, from an expert to an authority, and from an authority to a celebrity in their industry or niche. Number 5, the world has changed. You no longer need to be skilled and experienced and forever allowing an employer to capitalize on the knowledge and wisdom while you get paid a fraction of what they're making out of you. Number 6, you are living in the information age, where it's possible to deliver and sell your know-how and expertise online, on a stage, or on the small screen of your computer through email, social media, or your website. Number 7, you can reach thousands, if not millions of people with your advice and your how-to information. Make thousands, if not millions in revenue, helping other people to get ahead or overcome a personal or professional problem. Number 8, you don't need to be qualified, certified, or have letters after your name. Your qualifications are your life experiences, your passion for helping others, and your determination to make a difference. Number 9, you can do this, even if right now you're not sure how. In this audiobook, I'll show you step by step what to do and how to do it from a standing start. If any of these truths have resonated with you and you haven't done so already, please invest in this audiobook. I'll reveal to you how to turn a passion into profit. But before we begin our journey together, there is something I think you ought to know first. Prologue. It's November 2012, and even though I'm standing at the back of the ballroom of the Grosvenor House Hotel, London, it's clear for all to see he's larger than life. I can't believe he's here. I've been waiting for this moment for 10 years. I've dreamt about it, even had nightmares. This is my chance. I scan the environment and weighing up the options. On stage is the diminutive comedian Ruby Wax. The stage is flanked on both sides by 4 American Secret Service guards in their pristine black suits. I chuckle to myself. I can't help thinking this looks like a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster. Ladies and gentlemen, my momentary lapse of concentration is broken by Ruby Wax's nasal accent. Please welcome to the stage former President of the United States of America, Bill Clinton. The 300-strong audience rise to their feet, applauding enthusiastically. But I'm not one of them. My mind is on more important things. Now, don't get me wrong, I admire Bill Clinton's humanitarian work, but This is my chance. My chance to end something that began 10 years earlier. If I take my chance, this will be the end of an era. I take a deep breath to calm my nerves, but my self-talk is in overdrive. Maybe I should just go home to Becky and forget this whole thing. But I quickly chastise myself for even thinking it. No, Andy. You planned for this moment for far too long to back out now. I'm staring, focused, on one guest of honour at the top table. And I resolve this is the day to do it. All eyes and ears are with Clinton, but not mine. My mind wanders back to 11 years earlier at the law courts of the Old Bailey in London, where this all started. Chapter 1. Pain to Gain. I'm sitting in the viewing gallery of court number 4, and if you were sitting next to me, you'd have been looking down on the old wooden panels and the officious-looking people wearing capes and wigs. I can't help but feel intimidated by the gravitas of the room. It's November 2001. As I look down on the accused, the relative safety of the gallery is shattered as he looks up at us and secretly makes a cutthroat gesture that sends a shiver down my spine. In the dock is a small, boyish-looking girl, in her early 20s, with short dark hair, giving evidence. Her chin is on her chest. She's just been cross-examined, and it's not gone well. After a few moments that seem like an eternity, her own counsel asks her one final question. Is there anything you'd like to add yourself? The young girl grips the rail tighter. She's visibly shaking, but there's a determined steeliness to her voice. She looks up and addresses the accused directly. I'm going to say something to you now that I didn't have the courage to say before. There's a hushed silence in the courtroom. No. No longer am I going to believe this was my fault. No longer am I going to keep your secret. It doesn't matter what the verdict is. The truth is out. We hadn't been together long, but she'd confided in me, and this is where it had taken us. Over the next few days, the case swung one way and then the other, depending on who was giving evidence. I cannot even begin to imagine how tough it must have been for her to wait for the outcome, but come it did. Would the foreman please rise? Said the clerk of the court in an overly officious voice. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty? I looked up at the gods. Please don't let the last few years of struggle be for nothing. The verdict came. Guilty. The wave of relief was overwhelming. My legs were still shaking as the adrenaline started to slowly leave my body. But let me ask you this. Have you ever struggled for something for so long and finally succeeded and reached the summit? Only for you to realise it's not the summit and there's a whole new mountain to climb? That's what happened to us. Over the next few weeks, she became withdrawn and unresponsive. She would sit for hours on end, staring up at the ceiling, not talking, just staring into space. She barely ate anything, and I was freaking out, not knowing what to do. At this point, I was running a successful recruitment company which had been doing really well, and we generated over 21 million. But all the money in the world didn't matter, because I didn't know what to do with it. Out of desperation, I checked her into the Priory Hospital, a mental institution of sorts. I was out of ideas. I remember looking at the consultant, hoping he had a magic answer. Mr. Harrington, she's clinically depressed. We're going to give her some tablets to restore her chemical imbalances. She will need to be admitted. I think I knew intrinsically this was not going to be the answer, but frankly, at this point, I was willing to try anything. Fast forward 6 weeks, and although she started speaking again, she's also trashing her room on a regular basis, smoking, and in one almighty mess. I was beginning to think we were completely lost to each other. A ray of hope. One night, after visiting her in the hospital, I came home and slumped down on the couch and switched on late-night TV and surfed through the channels hoping to find something to occupy my mind so I could drift off to sleep. After a few moments, I'm glued to the TV screen. I'm feeling a tinge of hope. I'm watching an infomercial from American motivational guru Anthony Robbins. The message is clear. You can master your own destiny. I hear of his work with celebrities like Andre Agassi, but also ordinary people who have attended these events and had life-changing breakthroughs in their businesses and their private lives. People have been stuck for years and seemingly magically transformed their circumstances. They seem like genuine people too, not weird or funky, but solid, dependable types. I'm naturally skeptical as I call the toll-free number. Thank you for calling the Anthony Robbins Companies. Marshonda Henderson here. How may I assist you? Marshonda is incredible. She has the gift of the gab for sure, and convinces me to enroll in Anthony Robbins' Mastery University program, which is tens of thousands of dollars of investment. What have I got to lose, I tell myself, and resolve to check her out of the Priory Hospital against all medical advice. A few weeks later, if you'd travelled with us, you'd have flown to the Orange County Convention Center in Florida, where we have front row seats at Tony's Unleash the Power Within event. It promises us major breakthroughs, and boy, do we need something. I feel like it's my last throw of the dice. Tony Robbins hits the stage and begins by telling all 5,000 of us we have the power to change, and that later that night we'll be walking across hot coals as proof of our power. She's joining in, but I can see she's going through the motions. I get a sense her problems are too deeply ingrained for any lasting change to occur.
I'm looking for somebody who's depressed.
Tony asks the audience. Instinctively, without thinking, I raise her arm. My heart is racing. As luck would have it, out of the 5,000 people, Anthony Robbins chose her to work with one-on-one. Now picture the scene. The auditorium is huge. There are giant screens at the front of the room on either side. There are cameras on stage now trained on both of us to capture every nuance of this interaction. I swallow hard and hope Robbins knows what he's doing.
So, you're depressed? Why are you depressed? Tell me about it.
Robbins commands. Within a few moments, she's tearful and rocking back and forth on her chair in the fetal position, and she started to become withdrawn and unresponsive. What the hell? How's this going to help, I'm thinking. Then Tony asks her something that totally surprised me.
Have you ever had an explosive orgasm?
Huh? She says incredulously.
I'm just curious, have you ever had an explosive orgasm?
He asks once more. I can't tell you that, she says coyly. The audience laughs.
Well, you just told 5,000 people about this depressing episode. Why not tell us about this joyful one?
She's stumped and looks confused. Robbins calls on help for the audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you tell us about this experience, yes or no?
And 5,000 people respond as one with yes and clap enthusiastically. Robbins asks,
can you think of that time now? Go back to that time. See what you saw. Hear what you heard. Feel what you felt.
She closes her eyes and begins to associate back to the experience. It starts to resemble a scene from the movie When Harry Met Sally, where Sally, played by Meg Ryan, has a full-blown orgasm in a cafe. The crowd is cheering her on, and it starts to build up, and I mean really build up. You know what I mean. She's flushed in the face, making quite a sound through the microphone she's holding. Now remember, there are cameras on the stage looking at us, so the whole audience can see on the big screens what's taking place. You should have seen the look on my face. All I remember thinking was, I haven't seen this before. This one seminar changed her life. She was totally stuck, but came to realize through this intervention she had the power to choose her emotions, depending on what she focused on and the meaning she gave to what had happened to her. I remember thinking, I'm so grateful, but wow, what a shame we had to travel internationally to resolve this. And why, when I looked for answers, was I told tablets were the answer? And then, as gentle as a whisper, at the back of my mind, I thought, maybe that's why you're here, Andy. Maybe it's meant to be you up there on that stage too. I was inspired. I wanted to do something similar to Tony Robbins. I wanted to know what he knew and inspire others to change their lives too. But then another thought crept in my mind. Don't be ridiculous, Andy. Who's going to listen to you? Have you ever had a dream? But it just seemed too big. It seemed so far away from your starting point that you give up before you've even started. I told myself to forget about it and stop dreaming. Well, that is until another Tony Robbins seminar a few months later. A Date with Destiny. It's the final day of the Date with Destiny event in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. We're asked to pair up with a stranger and look directly into their eyes and become really present for them. I have to admit, this is difficult for me. I'm a bit slow in finding a partner. It soon becomes apparent everyone has a partner other than me. There are 5,000 people in the room, but I can only see one other person that doesn't have a partner. Tony Robbins. Now picture the scene. I'm in row 16 of about 100 rows of seating. There are security guards all around the stage, stopping idiots like me from getting too close to Tony. However, I'm on a mission, and when some guards are distracted, I get Tony's attention and motion to him to be my partner. To my complete surprise, he agreed. I proceeded to spend 5 minutes with Tony Robbins that changed the entire direction of my life. Now, I don't know if he remembered I was the partner of the person he had helped, but I looked at him and I was so grateful for what he'd done, for all the skill he had, the knowledge he had, the marketing efforts that reached out through me through TV. Tears were pouring from my eyes, and to my astonishment, I noticed a tear rolling down his cheek too. In that moment, I made a life-changing decision. I resolved that even though I was not an expert in any field, not a speaker, an author, or a coach, I would learn what I could and seek to help those who, like us, needed inspiration. I also secretly dreamt that one day I might share the stage with Tony Robbins. A passion into profit. It's almost 10 years since the moment I looked into Tony Robbins' eyes and made a life-changing decision to embark on a new career. It's now July 2011. I'm standing backstage. I can hear the faint murmur of the 9,000 people in the audience as I wait in the holding area of the Excel Centre in London. I'm not nervous. Having already spoken at the London O2 Arena to 8,500 people a few months before, I feel that I'm more than ready. I take a moment to reflect over the decade. My first training company had actually failed, but I picked myself up and built a very successful one from the hard knock lessons I'd learned. I think of my mum, who looked after me when I felt suicidal after I discovered a long-term partner had cheated on me and left me at my lowest point in my life financially and emotionally. Next to me is the single most important person in my life, Becky. We become a couple in the summer of 2009. Her unconditional love for me had given me the courage to start all over again, and it had brought me to this point. We're looking forward to our wedding 2 weeks later. This is your moment, Andy. This is all you've dreamt of, baby boy. I love you too, Bex. I pinch myself because I'm about to share the stage with Tony Robbins. As I hit the stage and get a standing ovation, I recognise within the audience the faces of those who have been with me on this journey and those I've helped through my teachings and advice over the last decade. People who I'd never have influenced or even met had I not believed in my dream. Since speaking alongside Tony Robbins in London that day, I've spoken in Ireland, USA, Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai, South Africa, Poland, Belgium, Holland, Thailand and New Zealand. I've shared the stage with Sir Richard Branson of Virgin, Donald Trump and Alan Sugar of The Apprentice, Robert Kiyosaki, author of Rich Dad Poor Dad, Sir Bob Geldof from Live Aid, Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple, Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street, Sebastian Coe, Olympic champion, Brian Tracy, Bob Proctor, Dr. John DeMartini of The Secret, Les Brown, Paul McKenna, Nick Vujicic, the YouTube phenomenon, George Foreman, heavyweight boxing champion, Erin Brockovich, Larry King, Steve Forbes from Forbes magazine, and President of the United States, Bill Clinton. Which brings me right back to November 2012 at the Grosvenor House Hotel in London, where this story started. The end of a cycle. I can tell from the way he's speaking, Bill Clinton is about to finish his speech. The small, appreciative audience has loved it. But I've been focused on just one man sitting on the top table. At 6'7", Tony Robbins is a towering presence even when sitting down. By now, I have spoken alongside Tony twice. But truth is, we didn't meet backstage before or after the events. There just isn't time. And Tony generally helicopters in and helicopters out. It's now almost 10 years to the day since I committed to become a speaker when I looked into Tony's eyes. Clinton gets a standing ovation, but this is my moment, and I make a beeline for Tony Robbins. I tap him on the shoulder, and he stands up. Hi, Tony. My name's Andy Harrington. Not sure if you remember me. We've shared the stage together alongside Richard Branson and Donald Trump. Could I share a story with you? And then it hit me all at once. It feels like déjà vu. I'm almost lost for words. I'm looking again into those same eyes that I looked into 10 years ago. I catch up, Tony, on that last decade and all that's happened and how grateful I am for inspiring me all those years ago. For me, Tony Robbins is the real deal, original and the best. Here's what I learned. My life experiences had shaped me to be uniquely qualified to do what I do. In life, I believe you either win or you learn. And over the years, I've learned much. And now I give back by teaching others how to turn their passion into profit. Now it's your turn. In the coming chapters, I'll reveal to you how you can go from relatively unknown to being a leading light in any subject you choose within just 12 to 18 months. More importantly, through this book, I'll prove to you how you can create a real and lasting business, turning insane profits so you can create the life you deserve. Perhaps, without being aware of it, you built up experience, knowledge and know-how that other people don't yet have. If you've struggled and survived through hard times, you can help someone to do the same. It may have taken you 10 years to figure something out. Well, now you can help someone to save 10 years, having to figure it out like you did. If you've come up with a recipe for success, why not package up that knowledge and get paid for sharing it? Right now, there are people in the world who want to know what you already know, and they are willing to pay you to know it. You, a highly paid author, mentor, coach, consultant, speaker, or trainer. We are living in the information age, and I imagine you have lots of very useful information based on your life experiences to date, some painful, some joyful. Now is the time to capitalize on your hard-earned experience and stop working hard for a living and instead start sharing what you know so your wisdom is passed on. There is an exciting, thriving and lucrative industry awaiting you. Some call it the expert industry, some the how-to or self-help industry. As you enter this industry, perhaps you'll deliver your knowledge and know-how as an author of a how-to book, or possibly as an advisor or mentor to high-paying clients, maybe as a coach or a consultant, or perhaps even as a highly paid speaker or trainer. How do you like the sound of travelling the world, business or first class, being treated like a celebrity and making anything from 20,000 to 500,000 from one single presentation? Sound unlikely? Through this book, I'll show you how. Your goal is to motivate people to learn a new skill, brush up on an old one, or to improve their lives or business in some way. In doing so, you'll turn a passion into profit as your reward. So let's get started. It promises to be a roller coaster of a ride, but one I believe you'll love, as you come to realise the huge potential to make money, make a difference, and leave a lasting legacy. Imagine, if you will, being on your deathbed and standing around your bed, the ghosts of the ideas, the dreams, the abilities, the talents given to you by life, and that you, for whatever reason, you never acted on those ideas. You never pursued that dream. You never used those talents. We never saw your leadership. You never used your voice. You never wrote that book. And there they are, standing around your bed, looking at you with large, angry eyes, saying, "We came to you, and only you could have given us life. Now we must die with you forever." The question is, if you died today, what ideas, what dreams, what abilities, what talents, what gifts would die with you? Les Brown. Why are you trying so hard to fit in when you were born to stand out? Chapter 2. Preparing for a New Economy. Allow me to make a bold statement. You are unique, special, and one of a kind. You've been through both good times and bad. As a result, you've learned many important lessons along the way. We don't often think of it, but those life or business lessons have a value. Through this book, I will show you how to monetize your knowledge and make a small fortune from what you already know, so you can stop working so damn hard every day. Human beings have evolved enormously since our short time on the planet. But how did we do it? The answer? We have shared our knowledge and wisdom. Thousands of years ago, the elders of tribes would gather their followers round campfires and tell stories to pass on wisdom based on their life experiences. In doing so, the tribe folk would know what to do and what to avoid if they were to encounter a similar situation. In more recent years, wisdom was passed down through families and through the education system. But here's the problem. Families are finding getting around the dinner table together harder to pull off, which means valuable life lessons are not being passed on. And when it comes to life lessons, business, career, or money-making know-how, I think you'll agree that much of what we needed to learn couldn't possibly have been learned at school or university. Right now, ordinary people are on a hunt for answers to personal and professional problems. People are facing situations they're not sure how to deal with, and they are willing to pay someone quite a lot of money to avoid pain and move forward. Now, why am I telling you this? Because you have many of the answers that they're looking for. We're living in the information age, which means the commodity of the information age is, well, that's right, of course, it's information. So what do savvy people do to make money in the information age? The mentoring industry. A whole new self-help, how-to, or mentoring industry has established itself over the last decade. It's not led by celebrities or business tycoons, but ordinary people like you and I. Real people who've been through real challenges, catastrophes and conflicts, and experienced breakthroughs and changes on a personal and professional level. Seemingly ordinary people are making it big in the new economy. And here's the best part. You need no qualifications. No qualifications other than your life experiences. Because what makes you an expert and an authority today is your story of struggle and the strive for success, no matter how big or small. It's not only those who've had problems to overcome that are making it big. It's also people who have followed a passion or pursuit for some time. They have made huge distinctions, which had made their understanding of the subject greatly enhanced. Again, these distinctions are valuable and potentially, with the right marketing, worth millions. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, yes, well, I have some answers, but I certainly don't have all of them, so how can I be an authority? Good question. But let me ask you this. Are you an authority compared to someone who doesn't know what you know? As long as you are a few steps ahead of the people who need your help, you are an authority. Let go of your need to be perfect and to be the finished article, and focus instead on those you can serve with your know-how. Business in the information age. In addition to the mentoring industry, increasingly astute business owners have also realized they need to adapt in order to win more customers too. Look, very rarely do people like being sold to. The days of cold calling on our doorsteps is all but over, thankfully, and even cold calling on the telephone is becoming less and less attractive, if it ever was. So guess what clever business people are doing now? They are sharing knowledge and know-how for their specific industry. So rather than selling to their potential customers, they are educating them first. Think about it. Who are you going to trust? The salesperson who pushes products or services on you and makes you feel uncomfortable, or the expert who teaches you what you need to focus on and what to avoid? Also, those that don't buy from you immediately will almost certainly remember you. If you continue the education process through your marketing efforts, you'll stay in the forefront of their mind. So when they're ready to buy, it is you they come back to because they know, like, and trust you. Stand out from the crowd. Who are you more likely to want to do business with? The person you have never met before and know nothing about, or the person who wrote the book on the subject, or runs workshops, seminars, webinars, or has an audio or video products? Now, you may be thinking, Andy, I don't know how to do workshops or products. Well, the good news is, through this book, I'm going to show you how to put your ideas and know-how together so that others can understand, learn, and implement your advice in their lives or business. In a nutshell, this book will show you how to monetize your knowledge and turn it into a steady stream of income that comes into your bank account even when you sleep. Don't exchange time for money. Your average person finds a job or starts a small business and works in that job or in that business, and unless they go to work, no money is made. The challenge with this approach is it has no end game. Retirement is the only option if you have a job, which basically means downgrading your life to survive. If you have a small business, your hope is you will sell it one day. But the problem is you are the business, so it's not worth anything without you. I worked for an insurance company for 7 years, working 6 days a week, often from 8 a.m. until 8 p.m. I answered incoming calls and quoted people for their car insurance. I asked the same questions every day. What's your name? Your date of birth? Where do you live? What car is it? I think you get the picture. It was very monotonous. And what did I have to show for it when I left after 7 years of service? A bottle of aftershave. Thanks for that. Create assets and live the life of your dreams. It's not a secret, but rich people don't work for a living. They acquire, create, or control assets. Your assets will generate more money for you than you ever possibly could hope to make exchanging your time for money. We think of assets as being property, stocks or shares, commodities, currencies, or the physical stock that a business might be holding. However, there is a very lucrative, high-profit asset class that requires no financial outlay, no warehouse to store it. The most valuable real estate in the world. Your knowledge is a tangible asset when it becomes intellectual property. This is what lawyers call the value of ideas or information. Intellectual property is the legally recognized exclusive rights to creations of the mind. In Chapter 4, Productize Your Knowledge, I'm going to show you how to take your life experiences and turn it into real value. Now, it's very normal at this point to think, well, who am I to proclaim myself a mentor and give advice to people? I'm nobody special. Well, consider all the people that once thought exactly the same thing. Frank Kern. In 2005, Frank Kern decided to write a book, Teach Your Parrot to Talk. This one simple ebook built Frank a $3,000 a month income stream. He then said to himself, well, what other pets are out there? Frank had worked with dogs in the past and realized that dogs respond well to positive reinforcement. So he created the course and created a different website for every breed of dog. He ran ads for each breed of dog, offering the book across 600 different websites, one dog per breed. The business launched in 2005 and went to make on sales over 1 million in 2006. Frank discovered he enjoyed showing other entrepreneurs how to make money online. So he sold the dog business after 2 years and focused on teaching people to make money online. Frank now regularly holds live seminars where he commands up to $25,000 per ticket. Charlene Johnson. Charlene Johnson was working as a paralegal and applied to law school. At the time, personal training was becoming very popular and she began training before and after work. She quickly realized that she had a passion for fitness. Years later, she created a group exercise class that combined dance and kickboxing. This led to the creation of Turbo Jam, home office exercise program. Since Turbo Jam, Charlene Johnson has launched Turbo Kick, Payo, and Hip Hop Hustle, which are all available in gyms across the USA and Australia. She has also launched Turbo Fire, which is a Beachbody DVD exercise program. Tony Robbins. My original mentor, Tony Robbins, began his career promoting seminars for Jim Rohn, another motivational speaker. Later, he began his own work as a self-help coach and taught neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, after training with NLP co-founder John Grinder. He later stopped teaching NLP and came up with his own intellectual property instead. His Unleash the Power Within seminars have helped millions of people around the globe. Tony started as a complete unknown when he began. Today, Tony's programs have touched the lives of over 2 million people. Authority in this industry is gleaned from your life experiences, sometimes from being inspired by someone and often because of a painful situation they had to overcome. Take the story of Ruth Driscoll, a very ordinary person who faced enormous personal challenges because of an abusive, controlling relationship. Now a graduate of my Public Speakers University and member of the Professional Speakers Academy, she teaches other women how to avoid the same trap she was in and how to break free when they are. Her story is truly inspiring. Ruth's story. Have you ever watched TV and they have hold of the remote control and they keep pressing the buttons and changing the channel? Well, imagine that the remote control is your life and someone else is pushing the buttons on your life. It's a pretty horrendous situation for anyone to be in, but for a situation I know a great deal about. Let me take you back into my world. It's a beautiful day. The sun is blazing through the bay window. In the garden beyond, I can hear the sounds of birds twittering. Further, across the field is a cricket pitch. I can hear the excited sounds of the players and the thwack of leather on willow. Summer sounds, relaxing sounds, normal sounds. But they couldn't be in greater contrast to the churning of dark emotions I'm feeling inside. He's entered the room. He's standing there, his shoulders framing the doorway. Why doesn't he come right in? It feels like he's blocking me. I want to rush right past him and escape. I want to march right up to him and yell in his face, "Get out of my house!" Get out of my life! But I daren't. I daren't let that emotion show. You learn to do that over the years. You learn to take up a smaller and smaller space inside your own life. Have you ever found yourself so disgusted with someone you don't even want to look in their face? As I look into that face that I once considered so handsome, and all I see now is the pain and the hurt he's caused. It's like I'm looking into the eyes of some hideous alien, and I want to lip to curl in disgust, but I daren't let it. I stand frozen, my limbs still, my face expressionless, my eyes blank. He's standing there in the doorway, his face all sweetness and light. Who would have believed that not more than 24 hours ago, that face was so contorted with rage? I'm going to make sure you lose your job. I'm going to make sure your ugly witch face is in every paper in the land. I'm going to make sure you are destroyed. And do you know why? Because I stood up for myself. Because I would not give in to his demands. Because this time I insisted he had to leave my house. He speaks. Darling, I've just got off the phone to the estate agent, and I'm afraid they won't let me sign the contract unless I have someone to act as my guarantor. I'm thinking, someone? Someone? He means me. He thinks that after all that he has done, I'm going to sign that paper and become his guarantor. But what if I don't sign? He's going to make that the reason why he can't go, and I'll never get rid of him. But what if I do sign? He'll never pay his rent or his bills. He'll bleed me dry. But there's something else. There's something more I can feel inside of me. It's like an instinctive behaviour. Because I know I'm going to say yes to him. Not because I'm afraid of him, but because whenever someone asks me for my help, my automatic reaction is to say, yes, of course I'll help. And I can feel this happening, and I know I've got to suppress it and keep it in. But it's hard. It's like some giant hand is reaching down from the universe and grabbed my guts and twisted it into a knot. I don't know how it is that I'm still standing. I don't know how the impact of that sensation hasn't doubled me over and sent me tumbling to the floor. There's a quotation from Buddha which says, "It does not matter if you win 1,000 battles. The greatest conquest is of yourself. For then the victory is truly yours, and no one can take it from you." How do you conquer yourself? I was the head teacher of a large, challenging inner-city school and faced difficulties every day. I was trained as a life coach, but I was failing to use my skills for helping myself. Now, I knew a great deal about self-development, but I wasn't taking any positive action. I had a decision to make. Should I sign those papers or not? I'm glad to say I didn't. I stood up for myself and told him he had to leave my house regardless. But I did pay a price. I felt uncomfortable letting go of all I'd known. I didn't look after myself, and I wound up in hospital with the symptoms of a serious medical condition. I was very ill. I had tubes going down my throat and into my stomach. I could barely lift my head off the pillow. By the time I left hospital, I had to relearn how to eat. I had to relearn how to walk. But most importantly, I had to relearn how to be Ruth again. But I still had burning questions inside of me. What was that automatic response I had where I was sabotaging myself? What was it about me that made me vulnerable to this man's manipulation and control? What was it about him that made him so pointlessly destructive? I had to go on a journey to find out these answers and to find myself again. And on this journey, I discovered this is why I'm here. This is my purpose. If that abusive relationship can happen to me, it can happen to anyone. And now I have coaching programs and workshops to help people in abusive situations to deal with them more effectively, because I know what it feels like and I know what to do about it. Throughout this book, I've included some online resources for you to deepen your understanding. Your first resource is to watch Ruth perform this story to a live audience. This will demonstrate how she's able to position herself as an expert for her niche. To get your online resources, go to www.passionintoprofit.info. As you can see from Ruth's powerful story, becoming a sought-after mentor for other people is not about studying in some university lecture theatre and getting letters after your name. Instead, your authority comes from your life experiences and using them to teach others what to avoid and what to pay attention to, as well as some steps to succeed. Let's now take a look at the reasons why you might like to join the lucrative mentoring industry and get paid for sharing your advice. Number 1, you turn your passion into a business. You get to spend time doing what you love. Let's face it, most people trade time for money so they can enjoy the little free time they get. This is no way to live your life. By creating a business around your passion, everything you do has the resonance of love in it. This has the compound effect to not only your drive and enthusiasm, but also your creativity goes through the roof as new levels of energy are released. Your customers will feel the benefit, and so will your bank account. Number 2, you turn your pain into profit. We've all had painful circumstances in our personal or professional lives. As a result, you've had to figure out how to get out of difficult situations. You found ways of coping, and I expect you are a better person because of it. You have a unique empathy for people who are facing the same problems, challenges, and frustrations that you had. By creating solutions to these problems, your painful lessons can truly serve. By teaching others, you transcend way beyond those old problems and cement the changes you've made and reinforce your newfound identity. Perhaps your pain was a business that had to close. Perhaps you were overweight and now you're slimmer. Maybe you retired and felt lost. Perhaps you lost a loved one and experienced grief. Maybe you felt depressed in the past. Maybe you were stuck in a relationship but now you're free. Potentially in the past you had no clue how to market your business to drive sales, but now you do. The list is endless. Number 3, you can make money while you sleep. With the advances in technology, it is now possible to replicate yourself and make money while you're resting. How is this possible? By producing your knowledge and know-how into books, audios or videos, which you can sell online while you take a well-deserved rest. By using online marketing, I'll teach you how in Chapter 7, you can promote your products and services all around the world. Number 4, you can help people all over the world. The world is truly your oyster. I regularly have people buy my products while I sleep and awaken to find someone in a far-flung corner of the planet has bought a product online. Now, it's fantastic, of course, to wake up and increase funds in your bank account, but what's more stunning is I'm now helping someone who lives thousands of miles away and I haven't even met them yet. Amazing. Number 5, your profit margins are huge. Consider this. What's the cost of 6 blank CDs? It's most likely around $1 or less. But remember, people are not buying blank CDs, they are buying the information on them. In real terms, they are buying the transformation and results your information provides. What price would you put on a saved marriage, a healthier life, increased sales or productivity, investment advice, marketing know-how, or overcoming challenging personal trauma. If you sold your 6 CD set program for $297, deduct $1 for the CDs and let's say $10 for the cases, you're making a whopping $286 in profit. That's a profit margin of 96%. You work once to produce the asset, in this case the audios, and you get paid forever. Of course, you could make even more profit by offering the product as a digital download, and then you have almost no cost at all. Number 6. You can travel all over the world. Once you've been selling your products all over the world, you can also choose to put on a workshop to deepen the learning experience of all the people who bought your audio program. This means you get to travel the world and make money rather than spend it. Wow, what a concept. I've conducted seminars in Sydney, Melbourne, Brisbane, Adelaide, Perth, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, Johannesburg, Cape Town, Dubai, Warsaw, Amsterdam, Brussels, Antwerp, Dublin, London and Texas, all in the last 12 months. Number 7. You work more effectively one-to-many, not just one-to-one. In order to make the kind of life-changing income most people dream of, you have to help a lot of people. You can make money by serving others with a product or service. The beauty of the how-to mentoring industry is you get to help lots of people all at once. Here's how I do it. Do group mentoring days of up to 150 people at a time. Do webinars of up to 1,000 people at a time. Speak on stage to audiences of up to 9,000 people. Record video, which is sent to hundreds of thousands of people online. It just makes obvious sense. When I'm working one-to-many, I'm making the best use of my time, helping more people and therefore making more money. In a nutshell, Chapter 1. Chapter 1 in a nutshell. Your knowledge is valuable. Chapter 1 in a nutshell. Your knowledge is valuable to others who don't know what you know. You don't need qualifications. Your experiences give you authority. You don't need to be a celebrity to start, but you might become one. Your knowledge can be monetized. Chapter 3. Positioning yourself as an expert authority. If I say to you running shoe, which company do you automatically think of? Chances are you thought of Nike. There are many companies that make and market running shoes, but most likely you thought of just one. Now why is that? Because Nike effectively owns a piece of your brain. To be precise, they own a neurocircuit that fires off when you think about running shoes, and you'll pay a premium to buy their products because of their expert status. Positioning establishes what a company or a person is known for. It establishes their brand identity. It clarifies their values, beliefs, and most importantly, what they stand for. All of this serves to both attract the right type of customers to your advice-sharing business and repel the wrong kind of people too. The benefits of being seen as an expert are considerable. Too many brilliant mentors, coaches, consultants, authors, trainers, speakers, and seminar leaders are all not being paid what they are worth because they haven't positioned themselves in the minds of their audience. Consider the difference between a health practitioner and Jason Vale, who is known worldwide as the Juice Master. Jason's story is incredible. There was a point in Jason's life where he hit rock bottom. He was suffering from severe psoriasis, eczema, asthma, hay fever, and obesity. He was smoking 2 to 3 packets of cigarettes a day and drank very heavily, drinking up to 14 pints of beer a day. He discovered juicing vegetables and little fruit as his main tool to clear his skin. He dropped the weight and freed himself of illness. Now Jason is on a mission to juice the world and help people to turn their health around using natural means. He put a stake in the ground and announced himself as the Juice Master, and mentored people, put on seminars and workshops, and then wrote a best-selling book entitled Slim for Life. In 2002, Jason was asked by Moulinex to be the face of their juicers. Moulinex soon became the best-selling juicer in the country. In 2005, Philips headhunted Jason to be the face of their range of juicers and blenders in the UK and throughout Europe. Philips soon became and remained the best-selling juicer during Jason's endorsement. In 2013, TriStar Products approached Jason to be the new Jack LaLanne in the USA. Jason became a real hit in the US, so TriStar extended the agreement to make it global. Jason is now the worldwide face of the Fusion range of juicers and blenders. Jason regularly appears on radio, television and in the press. He also put together the groundbreaking film Super Juice Me, One Disease, One Solution. The UK premiere took place at London's prestigious Odeon West End on Leicester Square to a celebrated packed audience. The film has received 5-star reviews and hundreds of thousands of people viewed the film in its first week. Jason has worked with big-name celebrities such as Jennifer Aniston, Drew Barrymore, Sarah Jessica Parker, Gary Lineker, Naomi Campbell, Katie Price, Alicia Dixon. Jason also runs retreats in beautiful facilities in Portugal and Turkey and is sold out months and months in advance. Why did all this happen? Well, for one, Jason is now a very talented speaker, coach, mentor, marketer and business owner. But it all started because he made the decision to position himself as the Juice Master. Now you can find out more about Jason and his incredible journey at his website, www.juicemaster.com. I strongly suggest you avoid being a generalist, as this is an overcrowded market with lots of providers charging far too cheap prices. Take a step up and become a specialist, so you become known as an expert. Over time, if you follow the advice in this book, you'll become an authority as you publish and promote your ideas through workshops, webinars, seminars, audio programs, videos on YouTube, and through your website, and through a book I will help you to write. There is also the possibility you'll achieve the highest status for the mentoring industry, which is to be known as a celebrity like a Jason Vale, aka the Juice Master, or a Tony Robbins, or a Robert Kiyosaki, author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. Your very first step in turning your passion into profit is to put a stake in the ground and claim your subject, the topic on which you'll become known for and identified by others as a leading expert. It's important in the beginning you choose just one subject to become known for as you establish yourself. I am known as the expert authority in public speaking, motivation, mindset and marketing. But in the beginning, it was just mindset. Over time, you may become known as an expert in other subjects too, but to begin with, one only. Trying to be a jack of all trades will leave you being a master of none. Make no mistake, you'll need to master your subject if you're going to make it to the top. Here's a quick guide to help you choose your initial subject. Number 1, passion. Choose a subject on which you have a deep passion. You know you are passionate about a subject if you devote your most precious resource to it, time. What do you love to spend time doing? Learning, watching, or studying? What would you do even if you weren't going to get paid for doing it? What's a hobby or an avid interest that you've been following for some time which has caused you to make some distinctions others would not have made? What is a subject you've invested your hard-earned money on to experience or to evolve your ability? Number 2, pain. Is there a subject which became a primary focus for you because of a big problem? Perhaps you experienced a personal loss or pain in your life or business which sent you on a quest, a voyage of personal discovery, a hunt for a solution. Potentially you feel this is your calling, that you've been shaped to become the person you are today because of this pain, and now you feel it's time to give back to those who are going through what you endured. Number 3, practice. Select a topic you're willing to practice day and night to perfect, to a finer and finer distinction. Choose a subject that you would not feel like work to you to make those finer distinctions, but would rather feel like play. Top sports people put in what would seem to others like painstaking hours of practice, but in reality, these people live in the forward. They project themselves into the future and see the very moment when this practice will pay off for the biggest reward. when their clock is counting down and it's going down to the wire for them, it's the time they plan for, and they seize the moment and create history. Number 4, performance. Is there a subject in which you have a high level of natural ability? For others, something may seem difficult or even impossible, but for you it's just easy to perform. So much better than others. You may not even know at this point why or how you find it easy, but you just do. Other people will probably have voiced how gifted you seem, or maybe they even call you lucky. Number 5, personality. It's very important to choose a subject that fits your personality type. Without doubt, the best profiling tool I've come across is Talent Dynamics. I thoroughly recommend doing this, not just for you, but also for the people you might employ as part of your team. Making sure you select the right people for the job is crucial in building a world-class team of people to build a successful expert business. Number 6, profitable. Finally, once you think you've found your subject, the last sanitation check is to establish if there are good profits to be made from this subject. You'll need to be sure there are people who are hunting for information to master the subject themselves or to solve the problem they have. Remember, all businesses must sell a product or service to make a profit, and all products or services must solve a problem or enhance people's lives to be of value. Also, consider the longevity of the subject. Will it be a passing fad or an evergreen topic that people will always want solutions for? Here are some evergreen profitable subjects: leadership, sales, marketing, business, investing, motivation, health, relationships, productivity, spirituality, parenting, communication. Of course, there are many more. Align with your audience. If you are like most people starting out, your belief will be your message is for everyone. You have burning ambition to help as many people as possible, and you want to spread your message far and wide. However, this is a huge mistake. Even if it's true your subject is for all, it's impossible to market to everyone because of the cost. Trust me on this one. When I started out, I tried a quarter-page advert in a national newspaper with a readership of over 1 million people. Guess how many people responded to that ad? That's right, 0. So what to do instead? You're much better off defining your audience in a more narrow way so it's easier to reach them with a targeted message that appeals to them and their hopes, dreams and desires directly. When you're able to define your potential audience better, you'll be able to find places to get in front of them through various media at a much reduced price. For example, my subject area is communication skills, but more specifically, my target audience is entrepreneurial people who want to put a message together and make millions from sharing it. My target audience are people like you who want to improve the quality of their lives by improving the quality of their audience's lives. My target audience are entrepreneurs who may also want to use public speaking as a way of selling more products and services. In my niche, there are many people who help people overcome, say, the fear of public speaking, but I don't specialize in that. Now, don't get me wrong, I can help you become a world-class speaker even if you're nervous, but it's not the market I'm going after. Does that make sense? Who do you have empathy for? Choosing an audience also means considering the kind of people you want to spend time with. If you're going to be a huge success, you're going to be communicating regularly with your audience through emails, videos, Facebook, posts, tweets, blogs, face-to-face and potentially live on-stage performances. So guess what? You better like the people you serve because you're going to be spending time communicating and interacting with them. Perhaps there are a group of people you have a unique empathy for, a special understanding of the kinds of problems, challenges and frustrations they face. Maybe you went through similar situations to the ones they face. Personally, I like working with entrepreneurial people who think positive and want to build something that may even outlast themselves. I like possibility people, those who are prepared to take risks in the pursuit of their dreams. I like people who refuse to settle for something less than they're capable of. I like outspoken people who are prepared to speak the truth rather than just be nice. I like people who hold themselves and others to a high standard. Sound like you? Hope so, because even though I don't know you yet, I hope to. I believe there's much we can do together to make a sizable shift in the quality of life for the people we choose to serve. Know your audience. There's an old truism that says, know your audience. What does it really mean, to know your audience? What specifically do you want to know and why? Knowing your audience affords us the ability to position ourselves in their minds as their go-to expert when they have a problem they need to solve. Remember, not everyone is ready to commit to a financial transaction the very first time they get to know about you. But at some point, they will hit a pain threshold and the solution becomes urgent and immediate. And that is when they need to think of you and know where to find you. At the very moment they go on a hunt for a solution, you must be positioned as their number one choice. At this point, your marketing and positioning should have created a feeling of knowing, liking and trusting you as a source of hope and help. Without realizing it, your positioning has been creating a belief in the mind of your audience about you. Your marketing, more about this in a later chapter, has been fostering a relationship of trust with your audience. Now, because they need you, that trust is about to be tested by a financial transaction in their hour of need. However, without first getting to know your audience, you'll never create a bond or connection that has them open up to you. Problems equal opportunity. In simple terms, there are just two things you need to know about your audience, although later you can delve deeper and discover more. 1. What problems do they need to solve specifically? 2. What results do they want to achieve? Here are some questions for you to discover exactly what you need to know about your audience. To discover their problems, ask, my ideal customer is not good at... My ideal customer is uncertain of... My ideal customer no longer wants to experience... My ideal customer doesn't want to feel... My ideal customer believes... My ideal customer has nightmares about... And you fill in the blanks. Fill in these blanks too. To discover what results they want to achieve, ask, my ideal customer wants to become better at... My ideal customer wants to be certain of... My ideal customer wants to experience... My ideal customer wants to feel... My ideal customer needs to believe... And my ideal customer dreams of... Again, fill in the blanks at the ends of those sentences. The answers to these questions are golden nuggets of information, which will help you to formulate everything you'll create to reach and teach this audience. You'll have the base material for your start, your story, your solution, and your sale. Why should I listen? Today, I'm fortunate to be invited to speak all around the world in giant seminars of 5,000 to 10,000 people at a time. I'm honoured to have spoken on stage alongside true leaders and movers and shakers of the world. So when a crowd flocks to hear Richard Branson, Tony Robbins, Donald Trump, or Bill Clinton speak, they're not necessarily coming to hear Andy Harrington speak, as I'm not as well known as these titans of wealth and business. Well, not yet anyway. However, by the end of my presentation, they have grown to know, like and trust me, to the point they have immediately invested several thousands of their hard-earned money to enroll in my advanced courses. So when I begin a presentation, I must use all my skills to position 4 things to answer 4 vital questions in the minds of the audience. Question 1. Why should I listen? To answer this question, I must create content in the first few moments of my presentation that speaks directly to the hopes, dreams and aspirations of the audience. I must then move to highlighting the problems, challenges and frustrations they face in trying to achieve this. In doing so, I position the audience that they are my audience. Question 2. Why should I listen to this? To answer this question, I must create content that positions why focusing on and mastering my subject area will help my audience to accelerate their ability to overcome their obstacles to achieving their goals. I must build the case for why this is true, and in doing so position my subject as the solution to their current challenges. Question 3. Why should I listen to this now? Let's face it, we live in busy times. There is so much competing for our attention. So if your audience can put off doing something, the chances are they probably will. So here, I have to create content that increases motivation to focus their attention now. I must show them the consequences of inaction and the cost of not solving their current problems, and I must then show them where the opportunity is right now based on both where they are and where the world is right now. Question 4. Why should I listen to you? Audiences are naturally skeptical. We tend to guard the gates to our minds with what and who we allow to influence us. Until this question is answered, your audience remain closed, and although they may appear to be listening to you, they're not going to change or behave differently as a result. I begin to open them up to being influenced by me through positioning myself as the go-to expert or authority. And the best way to facilitate this is through the telling of a personal story. The strategy I've just outlined will work perfectly if you're producing an online video for your website. It will be spot on if you're speaking to a corporation as an outside consultant or trainer. It will open people up if you're an employee needing to get a message across in a meeting to your fellow employees. It will do wonders for you if you're working with the general public. It will work as the beginning of your book. Finally, it will help you nail it whether your audience is 5 or 5,000 people. Throughout this book, I've included some online resources for you to deepen your understanding. This chapter's resource is to watch a video of a live performance of the first minutes of one of my presentations as I position the audience, my subject and myself as an expert. Go right now to www.passionintoprofit.info to get access to your free online resources. Chapter 3 in a nutshell. Decide who you will serve. Emphasize what makes you unique. Put a stake in the ground and claim your subject. Position yourself as the go-to guru for your audience. If you don't want to preach, put a story in your speech. Chapter 4. Prove credibility with a personal story. Of all the mediums of persuasion, a story is the most eloquent and subtle. You need to persuade people you are someone they can trust as a source of hope, help, and information to solve a situation they're facing in their personal or business lives. As humans, we've been listening to stories since the dawn of communication. When it comes to positioning yourself as the go-to guru for your industry, you must design, develop, and deliver a personal story. No one likes being told what to do or being lectured. In the beginning, your audience are naturally skeptical of you and still guarding the doors of their mind to see if they can trust you before allowing themselves to be influenced by you. The beauty of a story is it captivates the mind and allows for influence to occur unconsciously and indirectly. Your story should do 2 things. 1. Position you as an expert. Your story absolutely must prove why you have become knowledgeable in your subject. But crucially, remember, you need to demonstrate your know-how comes not just because of some certification or qualification, but also, or instead, because of your experiences. Your story must reveal how you have come to know what you know about your subject. Typically, your knowledge will have been motivated by either inspiration or desperation, or maybe both. Your job when designing your story is to look at your life experiences and pull from it that initial spark of desire to overcome or achieve, followed by your journey to get where you are today. 2. Provide a valuable lesson along the way. A common mistake I see here from mentors, authors, coaches, consultants and speakers is to tell a story that sounds like a CV. Firstly, a chronological series of events is not a story. It's just plain boring. Plus, a story is for the audience. Yes, it must position you as an authority, but if that's all it does, you're going to come across like some conceited, self-absorbed narcissist. This means the focus of your story should be the audience, and therefore it must be a story that also provides a valuable lesson. Just remember, the goal here is to allow the audience to extract the message from the story themselves, rather than you have to tell them the moral of the story is. Vulnerability is a strength. For many people, the idea of telling a personal story can be somewhat daunting. However, if you want to build rapport and a genuine feeling of trust with your audience, a story is the way to go. Does this mean you may have to become vulnerable when you tell your story? Yes, but I'm not talking about the kind of vulnerability that comes from being broken or open to being hurt. I'm talking about the kind of vulnerability that comes from being honest, genuine, and real. By opening yourself up and telling a real story where you disclose to the audience a struggle you went through or a conflict you're wrestling with, you begin to engender trust. We only normally reveal ourselves to people we know well, like our family and closest friends. So when we tell a personal story, we in effect trust the audience with this information. We are laying down the foundations of friendship. Now, here's what's interesting. Trust is a two-way street. By being trusting, we are also seen as trustworthy. But I don't have a story. Now, at this point, you may be thinking, Andy, I don't have a story. What would I say in my story? Who would be interested anyway? It is natural for you to have these thoughts. But over the rest of this chapter, I'll reveal to you how there is an amazing story based on your life experiences that will position you as an authority. Today, the very best storytellers are found in Hollywood. A movie can keep us gripped for hours and on the edge of our seats, totally engaged. So how do they do that? And more importantly, how can you get the same results in the story that positions you as the go-to expert for your industry? What follows is a system for telling a personal story that when you use it will transform your standing in your industry and compel your audience to see you as a trusted source of information and solutions to their challenges. Curiosity killed the cat. Think of one of your favourite movies. I'm willing to bet when you first began to watch it, you weren't entirely sure what was happening, who was who, and how they related to each other, and of course, what their history was and how they're going to react to situations. Whenever we watch a great movie for the first time, I guarantee you, as the viewer, will have unanswered questions. A well put together story should raise questions in the minds of the audience and then answer these questions whilst raising new ones. What does this all mean to you? Don't make your story predictable. Questions equal interest. Have you ever watched a really poor movie, but you carried on watching it to discover just how poor it really was? Now, why did you do that? Probably because there were unanswered questions in the film that made you watch it all the way through to get those answers, only to say when they came, is that it? Too many speakers insult their audience's intelligence by over-explaining the story rather than hinting or allowing the characters' interactions with each other to tell the story. Go back right now and re-listen to the prologue and chapter 1 of this book. You'll discover that line by line as I tell my story, I'm raising unanswered questions in your mind as that story unfolds. This serves to keep you interested because there's a part of your brain that can't cope with incompletion, and so you keep on listening to find out what happens. In doing this, you, as the reader or listener, are doing some of the brain work. Narration versus dialogue. A story can be told through narration, or it can be relived through the dialogue between the characters. Hollywood very rarely tells a story using narration. We only ever find out what's taking place through what the characters say to each other and what we see on the screen. Imagine watching your favourite movie, and instead of hearing the dialogue between the characters, instead they dub a voiceover, which tells you what's going on. Do you think that might spoil the enjoyment for the audience somewhat? The truth is, the movie most likely would become boring pretty quickly. And the reason for that is narration is always describing something after it's already happened, which means we, as the viewer, will feel dissociated from the story. Hearing the responses from the characters in real time not only tells us the information we need to know about the story, it also introduces emotion. We can hear from the words how they're feeling. This appeals to the right-hand hemisphere of our brains, as we begin to understand the motives of each character, and this in turn often takes us on a voyage of self-discovery as we identify a part of ourselves as being like them. In addition, Hollywood also knows a very powerful trick they must pull off if they're going to grab and keep our attention. Put the audience in the scene. Hollywood wants and needs you to care about the main character. They want you to care in a romantic comedy if they ever get together or not. In a thriller, they want you to care if the hero will get there in time to save the day. In a whodunit, they want you to figure out who's responsible. In a horror movie, they want you to care who lives or dies. They want you to feel the tension and the uncertainty of the main characters as if you were there in real time. To achieve this, they use great camera work, so at key moments it feels as if you are having the same dilemma, the same drama as the central characters. When we feel as if we're really there, something truly remarkable takes place, which is often the main reason for the story. I'll explain with an example. Have you ever seen the movie Titanic? In the film, there's a scene where some of the passengers have managed to get onto one of the lifeboats and they're safe and away from the Titanic itself. Initially, we see an establishing shot, where we, the viewer, see the lifeboat from a side view, as if, for example, we were in another lifeboat. However, the very next camera angle has us looking out over a passenger's shoulder as if we're in the main lifeboat where a debate is taking place. Do you remember the debate? There is screaming all around the boat and cries for help as the other passengers of the Titanic are struggling in the icy waters of the North Atlantic Ocean. The debate is whether they should turn back and save people or remain safe in their lifeboat. Because of the camera work, which put you in the boat, you can't help but think to yourself as you watch the scene unfold, now what would I do? Great stories have a habit of getting us emotionally connected with the main characters, and when there's a dilemma, we feel their pain, and in doing so, we get to evaluate what's important to us, and it can strengthen or even change what we believe to be morally right. It can shift our perspective. Save the scene. However amazing your story is, as far as the brain of your audience members are concerned, it's simply information. I tell you this because understanding how the mind receives and processes information is crucial to the design of your personal story. Our mind needs a container to hold the data of the story in. Otherwise, the story is just too loose and difficult to follow. When it comes to a story, it's well-crafted scenes which help the audience to know where they are in time and space. At my Public Speakers University, www.publicspeakersuniversity.com, the mistake I see most often when a student is telling their story happens when they describe the actions of the characters in the story, but without first building the scene. The mistake the speaker makes is to forget the audience cannot see what is in the speaker's head unless they describe it. If you were about to tell a story of an event that happened in your life, you'd be recalling the images of it, including some peripheral details about the scene. This helps you to see what takes place within the scene. Building the scene for the audience allows them to be there with you. I have my audience save the scene. S. Smells. Is there anything you refer to engage the senses of smell? A. Auditory. Are any sounds that you can mention? V. Visual. Paint a picture of the scene so your audience can see where they are. E. Emotions. Does the scene have a feeling to it? I'm not suggesting you need to spend long building the scene, and you don't need to use the entire save the scene formula each time. Let's get a quick review of part of Ruth Driscoll's story as she built the scene for the audience in the beginning. It's a beautiful day. The sun is blazing through the bay window. In the garden beyond, I can hear the sounds of birds twittering. Further afield, in the cricket pitch, I can hear the exciting sounds of the players and the thwack of leather on willow. Summer sounds, relaxing sounds, normal sounds. But they couldn't be in greater contrast to the churning of dark emotions I'm feeling inside. Having now set the scene, Ruth can go on to describe the actions, thoughts, conversations, and conflict which ensues. Notice also how she speaks in present tense, allowing you to experience the scene as if it were happening right now. This serves to bring you right into the scene as if you were there right with her. A story must not be told, it must be relived. I've already stressed the importance of dialogue versus narration in the story. Dialogue implies there will be conversations taking place between the characters, which in turn means there has to be some other characters other than you in the story. There are 3 ways your audience can relate to the characters in a story. 1. They must be able to see them. It seems obvious, but so many storytellers don't take the time to describe the characters in the story. When this happens, the audience are a little lost as they don't have a picture of the person. The description does not have to be lengthy and could be more of a hint of what this character looks like. It should also not be a detour from the story, but flow naturally. Let's review briefly again a part of my expert positioning story as I describe one of the characters. In the dock is a small, boyish-looking girl in her 20s, with short dark hair giving evidence. Her chin is on her chest. She's been cross-examined, and it's not gone well. After a few moments that seem like eternity, her own counsel asks her one final question. It's also useful sometimes to give a character a trait name that refers to their characteristics. This too can serve to help the audience to see them better. Here's an example. As I open the old wooden oak door, a man with a towering, dominating presence confronts me. His briefcase has seen better days. He pushes his spectacles onto his nose. He's everything you'd imagine Mr. Officious to be. Because we've now created a trait name for this character, all I have to do in the story, if I want to refer to him, is say Mr. Officious, and the audience will recall the image I just painted in their minds. 2. Characters can be shaped for the audience. Shaping your characters means giving depth to their character, perhaps hinting at the kind of person they really are, their values, beliefs, and principles. It may even be useful to mention some historical data about this person so the audience is able to make a value judgment about them. Essentially, the audience need to begin to put them into the category of a goodie or a baddie. Let's add some depth to Mr. Officious to show you how this is done. As I open the old wooden oak door, a man with a towering, dominating presence confronts me. His eyes seem to pierce right through me. Perhaps that's because he spent the previous 3 years of his life in jail for a crime he says he didn't commit. His briefcase had seen better days. He pushes his spectacles onto his nose. He's everything you'd imagine Mr. Officious to be. Number 3. Characters' conversations tell the story. The trap most storytellers fall into, far too often, is to tell the story through narration. There's a place for narration, as too much dialogue can make it sound like a stage play. However, the key turning points should always be told through either dialogue between the characters or through inner dialogue, as we, the audience, get to hear what the main characters are saying to themselves or what they're thinking. People think stories are shaped by people, when in fact it is often the other way round. Terry Pratchett. No struggle, no story. Your story should be about transformation. No story is worth telling unless change occurs in the hero or in us, the audience, and the bigger growth, the more epic the tale. For growth and transformation to occur, at some point in the story, the main protagonist, that'll be you, have to experience a setback or a problem from which you will ultimately attempt to overcome. Your story should depict you initially as a slightly flawed character which you'll later transcend, but a character your audience will soon empathise and come to like and care for as they see at heart you're a good person. Soon in the story, you are facing a challenge represented by a conflict between you and the main villain. This sees you catapulted on a journey where you hope to win the battle, and in doing so, growing character in the eyes of the audience. Expert authors, mentors, advisors, coaches, consultants, trainers, speakers all too often want to show their strengths in order to influence people. But remember, there can be no strength without a weakness to overcome. Every story we have ever watched and enjoyed was because we witnessed a transformation, and in doing so, the audience go on that journey with them. Let's look at some well-known stories to see if this is true. The Lion King. Simba believes he's responsible for his father's death and runs away. Elf. Buddy the elf doesn't fit in and searches for his real father for the answers. Sleeping with the enemy. Laura experiences domestic abuse and must escape. Titanic. The ship is sinking, and so is Rose's loveless relationship which traps her. Gladiator. Maximus must avenge the killing of his family and his beloved emperor. The Shawshank Redemption. Wrongly convicted for murder, Andy must survive prison. Stop and consider right now your answers to the following questions, for within those answers may be the foundations for your expert positioning story. What adversities have you faced? What has shaped you to be the person you are today? Who has shaped you to be the person you are today? Why do you have such strong beliefs about certain things? What's the journey you've been on? Who have you been battling with? What have you had to endure? What do you stand for and why? What loss did you have to deal with? What failure did you have to come back from? Who rejected or marginalised you? What's the situation that called for you to muster all your courage? How did you get to where you are today? Outward struggle, inner conflict. I've been teaching positioning through storytelling long enough to know you'll need an adversary for your story so the main character has someone to battle with. Your external adversary could be a person or it could be a group of people. It may not even be a person, it could be a corporation. In Ruth's story, earlier in this book, the opponent was her partner that was controlling and abusing her. In my story, in scene 1, it was the defendant at the back of the court. In scene 2, it was the doctor who prescribed the drugs. And in next scene, initially it was Tony Robbins, who appeared to be making the problem worse, of course, although he didn't. The peculiar thing about an outward struggle is it nearly always becomes an internal one. In your story, show how you faced a dilemma, made a difficult decision, and ultimately broke through and transformed beyond your circumstances. In Ruth's story, she had to suppress her instinctive urge to say yes to people and allow herself to be controlled and manipulated. In The Lion King, Simba must face the dilemma of doing the right thing, returning to the Pride Lands and facing his past, or staying in the wilderness and living Hakuna Matata. If you want to have more impact, you also want to build the conflict so it increases in intensity. You don't want to introduce the conflict only for it to be solved and all over in the next sentence. The Titanic would never have been the epic it became if the ship hit the iceberg and then sank 2 minutes later. When you build the tension in your audience, they become more and more involved in your story. They become fascinated as they witness the attempts you made to solve the problem, the contrasting reactions of the characters. If you remember, in the Titanic, as the ship begins to sink, we have some people just continuing to eat their dinner. Some passengers believe the Titanic is an unsinkable ship, whilst others start to panic. The rich people try to pay their way onto the lifeboats, only to be told, "I'm sorry, your money has no currency here." One member of the crew shoots himself as he can't cope with the responsibility of deciding who gets on the lifeboats and lives and who stays on the Titanic and faces a probable death. Whilst all this is taking place, the magicians continue to play, doing what they love in their final moments. As you think about your own personal struggle, consider how it built. What did you try initially that didn't work? What strategies did you employ? What avenues did you go down, only to realise it was a dead end? What did you do that seemed to be the answer, only to discover it wasn't, and you're back to square one again? The summit scene. The conflict and struggle within your own personal story must build to a crescendo, climb to a climax, or reach a summit. You must create a moment in time where something has to give. Your story has reached its pivotal moment. At the summit of your story, there always has to be a new insight, a discovery, or a revelation. Something happens that changes everything, and you make a breakthrough, often followed by a new commitment. Too many expert positioning stories are ruined by a non-existent or poorly performed summit scene. You must take the audience to the very moment you made your breakthrough, so they break through with you. This is where you reveal the source of inspiration that took you to where you are today, and why you're perfectly positioned to be a source of hope and help to help them. In The Lion King, the summit scene occurs when Simba is faced with the task of going back to the Pride Lands and doing the right thing, but also having to risk facing his past. He's lost and longs for his father. At this point, wise old Rafiki guides him to the water's edge and tells him to take a look. "That's not my father. It's just my reflection," he laments. "No, look harder," Rafiki encourages. The waters change, and we see a reflection in the water of Simba's father, Mufasa. "You see, he lives in you." The clouds above Simba part, and we hear Mufasa telling Simba, "Remember who you are. You are my son and the one true king. Remember, remember." Before and after. What makes a great story so influential is often the difference between where our character starts in the story and who they ultimately become by the end. Contrast seems to have a huge effect on us as humans, as it gives us 2 points on which to measure a change. The easiest way to sell a weight loss product is to have a picture of an overweight person before the product and a picture of the same person having now lost the weight. Knowing this, you must paint for your audience the before picture early on in the story to set up a contrast for your after picture that will come later. Your after picture is where you'll position yourself as an authority based on your achievements, the work you do today, and the people you serve. The key here is to remember your ultimate positioning will be greatly magnified by your story of struggle to get there. In one of my personal stories, I described the contrast of how in my first ever presentation in front of a live audience of just 5 people, I was so nervous I was fiddling with a flip chart pen by constantly removing and replacing the lid as I spoke. Not only was this terribly annoying and distracting for the audience, I was horrified to discover when I'd finished and went to the restroom I'd been performing for several minutes with black ink all over my forehead. When I share that today I've spoken in giant arenas all over the world, with audiences of 9,000 people, it shows a contrasting before and after, which serves to convince the audience they too can succeed if they're just a beginner. Zero to hero. One of my greatest personal joys is taking someone new to the mentoring industry and helping them to build their personal story and position themselves as the go-to person for their industry. I love giving people the opportunity of speaking alongside me on a big stage somewhere in the world. For me, it's always fascinating to see when someone has been trained to a high standard and you add a big audience, you often witness a peak in their performance. Consider the story of Vivian from Indonesia. Vivian had recently attended the Public Speakers University, and she'd gone on to become one of the elite members of the Professional Speakers Academy. Elite members receive an exclusive 7-day training with me, plus ongoing mentoring from my ACE team, my Academy Coaching Executive. Vivian was sitting in one of my trainings when I unexpectedly announced she is to speak alongside Nick Vujicic, the YouTube phenomenon, Les Brown, Brenda Bouchard and myself in Singapore to an audience of 5,000 people. A few days later, when I saw her initial video of her story, I thought we'd bitten off a bit more than we could chew to get her ready in time. Vivian is making all the classic mistakes, and the story's flat and it's boring. However, her ACE team mentor, Cheryl Chapman, used the principles I've outlined here, and when Vivian tells her story, she has the audience gripped and on the edge of their seats, and in doing so, perfectly positions herself as an expert. See how many of the techniques you can spot discussed in this chapter in the story of Vivian. Vivian's story. Have you ever had a dream? In 2005, if you'd been there with me, you'd have seen me achieve a dream. I'm wearing a white coat and I have a degree on my shoulder that says MB, BCH and VAO, medical doctor. I have a wardrobe full of designer clothes and a sports car in my garage, and I'm earning a pretty good living for someone my age. I'm living a dream. But it's someone else's dream. What about my dream? Does it matter? And what was my dream? Let's go back to 1984 and find out what happened. Mummy, I've just made my first ever comic book. Would you have a look and tell me what you think? Wow, darling, let me see. This is amazing. You created all this and you're only 6? I'm impressed. I think one day you're going to be world famous and this book is going to sell millions. My mother, she was very supportive of my dream initially, but things changed as I grew up. One day, my mother, who looks like the older version of myself, with her brown eyes, gave me this look, which I'd never seen before in her face. She said, "My daughter, I understand how important it is, this whole comic book thing. You've been doing it for years, you show it to your friends, they cheer, and it makes you feel good. But you have to understand, this is just a hobby. It's not going to be a career. It's not going to earn you a living. You are 14. You have to start thinking about your future and what you're going to do with the rest of your life. But you're so lucky, because your father and myself, I thought of a really good career path for you. You can be a medical doctor. We're going to pay for the education. All you have to do is ace the grades and get into medical school. Can you do that for me?" Mum, no offence, and don't get me wrong, I've got nothing against medical doctors. I mean, Dad is one, and he's well respected because of that. I really appreciate that. But what I really want to do with my life is become a successful comic book creator, a cartoonist like Walt Disney. You know that because I've been seeing it since age 2. What's with all the fuss? Vivian, I am sick and tired of this conversation for so many years. You never ever listen to a word I say. This time, if you don't get into med school, you are not my daughter anymore. Do you understand? End of discussion. Have you ever had someone, perhaps someone in your family or a friend, that is just in the way of your dreams? It reminds me of a circus elephant. Circus elephants never try to run away. You know why? Because they've been shackled down and chained in one place since the day they were born. These elephants grow up thinking, no matter what the circumstances, no matter how hard they try, they cannot escape. You just have to accept it and say, well, I guess this is my life. When these elephants grow up, you don't even have to put a chain on its leg because they're not going to try to run away. So this baby elephant grew up working and working and working and working as a doctor, wearing a white coat, until one day I find myself right here on the floor with blood gushing from my forehead. I finally collapsed from overworking. That night, my best friend Irina came to visit me. Irina is a Russian girl. She had this big sad frown between her eyebrows as she said, "Vivian, what's happened to you?" Irina, I've been so stressed for so many years. I worked from morning until night, going through routine after routine without even knowing why. And earlier today, there was a cancer patient in front of me, and I didn't give a damn. I just wanted to get the paperwork done so I get 2 hours of sleep. Is that called life? Is that called adding value to people's lives? I hate my life. After a few moments, Irina spoke in a soft voice. "Vivian, do you remember? Do you remember that time when we sneaked into that event to see Paulo Coelho, our hero, the writer of The Alchemist? You had a copy of the book in your hand and you asked him for an autograph. Do you remember? And he wrote a personal message for you. I brought it with me. I think you should have a look and remember it." A personal message? For me? From the writer of The Alchemist? Dear Vivian, no matter what happens in life, stay faithful to your dreams. Love, Paolo. And it hit me all at once. I hadn't done that. I went to medical school. I became a doctor. But I didn't try to realize my dream of becoming a successful comic book creator. You'd have seen tears running down my face. And at that moment, I made a decision. I have to change. I thought, I have to start living my dreams. I have to be me. I have to be authentic. Have you ever had that experience where you have to be your authentic self so you can be truly happy? And the years after that weren't easy for me because I had to learn to break out of those shackles. There were many more clashes with family and people mocked me. They said things like, "You are trying to break into teenage market at age over 30? Are you kidding? You're Indonesian. Come on. You're not even Japanese. I'm sorry, but your Japanese language level is like that of a primary school student. And you're trying to write a best-selling comic in Japan? Very realistic. Even if you master your Japanese, they pick 1 in a million people. How special do you think you are?" There are always moments of doubt, and these voices seem loud. They are louder than this little voice inside of me that says, in Paolo's voice, no matter what happens in life, stay faithful to your dreams. But slowly, little by little, things did start to change. Firstly, I started winning comic book competitions. Next, I got a job as an assistant apprentice at a best-selling manga comic author. Then a big turning point came in my life when I finally made my professional debut as a comic book creator in one of Japan's most competitive magazines. Suddenly, I find myself rubbing shoulders with all these important people in the industry, and I get all this media attention. I get TV interviews, and then talk shows, and even Fortune magazine did a whole article about me. They start calling me something new. An entrepreneur. What's that? Nobody's ever called me an entrepreneur before. I guess they mean I'm a risk taker. I guess I am. A year later, amongst 4,000 other delegates, I find myself at the National Achievers Congress in Singapore. Andy Harrington took the stage, and my life took another turn when he said, "Why do you try so hard all your life to fit in, when you're born to stand out?" Then it hit me as I thought, maybe there are other people like me. People who also feel shackled down and chained by this invisible chain, as I'd been. Perhaps I can help them. Maybe I can help them achieve their dreams too. Then I joined Andy's Public Speakers University and his Professional Speakers Academy, where I learned to put a message together and package my knowledge so I could teach it to many people at the same time on stage and online and help them achieve their dreams. And now I find myself 1 year later standing on stage in front of 5,000 people at the National Achievers Congress, sharing my story alongside Nick Vujicic, Brenda Bouchard, Les Brown, and even Andy Harrington himself. So in closing, please remember, there's no shackles on your legs. No matter what happens in life, always stay faithful to your dreams. Chapter 4 in a nutshell. Your personal story should position you as a trusted source of information. Your story should also provide a valuable lesson. Stories must not be told, they must be relived. Center a story around a challenge you overcame to become who you are. Tell your story mostly through dialogue, not narration. In the information age, content is king. Chapter 5. Producing world-class content. Are you brilliant at what you do? Do you have a natural gift, or have you honed your talent through hours of dedication and practice? Interestingly, being good at something does not necessarily mean you'll naturally know how to pass on your wisdom, knowledge, and know-how to others. Great performers are often good in the moment, and their skills have become unconscious to the point they no longer need to think about it. Consider that most adults have known for many years how to drive a car on the road. The skill is now so automatic that while driving the car, they can have a conversation, listen to music, think through their problems, shave, put on their makeup, but regardless of how competent you are at driving, it doesn't necessarily or automatically follow that you can easily teach someone else how to drive. In the flow, but not in the know. Many people are brilliant when they work with a person face to face. They come to life, switch on, become highly intuitive, and seem to magically find the right answers for people. They're in the flow or in the zone and tap into their innermost wisdom, drawing upon whatever experience they have. However, put these people in front of a piece of paper and ask them to describe how to do what they do, and they go blank, seemingly losing their confidence and their natural flow. Have you ever attended a seminar or a workshop and felt overwhelmed by the speaker giving too much detail too quickly? Maybe you experienced the information as disjointed and poorly sequenced, leaving you feeling somewhat confused. Perhaps the content was so broad and conceptual you didn't really learn anything. If you want to position yourself as an expert authority, you'll need to sit down and extract your knowledge. Ideally, you want to synthesize all your knowledge into a comprehensive system that can be taught to others as a step-by-step instruction of what to do and how to do it. At the outset, you won't need to decide yet if the content you'll produce will be something your audience will read like in an e-book, or a book, or a manual. You don't need to know if they'll hear it through an audio program, and you don't yet need to know if it will be delivered in a live workshop. Here's why. Because before you do anything else, you must first create a solution framework. A solution framework gives your audience a map of how to get from where they are to where they want to be. It gives them the big picture of the journey ahead and a way to navigate through the myriad of twists and turns by the most direct route. You can think of a solution framework as a model, a system, a blueprint, a map, a template, a diagram, or matrix, and without one your audience is sure to be lost, because they won't be able to easily follow your advice and your content will be too loose. However, this is where most people fail in our industry. Coaches, consultants, gurus, mentors, speakers, seminar leaders, they want to make a difference and become the next Tony Robbins, Robert Kiyosaki, or Brian Tracy, but they never do the work of sitting down and creating their own unique solution framework that sets them apart from the rest. Successful thought leaders create their own systems to explain how to get from pain to gain. They detail the steps required to climb the obstacles, preventing them from being able to move forward easily on their own. I believe many well-known experts have become so because of their solution frameworks. Would Stephen Covey's work have been so well known without his 7 habits of highly effective people? Would Robert Kiyosaki have helped millions of people without the cash flow quadrant? Would we even be talking about the work of Abraham Maslow without his famous hierarchy of needs? Creating a solution framework for your ideas becomes the basis of what you stand for. Your ideas, principles, and beliefs can be built into your model, and every strategy, tactic, or action step that teach your audience what to do and how to do it should stem from that model. A model or framework should simplify complex ideas, essentially making it easier to learn step by step. However, interestingly, and perhaps more importantly, having a solution framework will also make sharing and teaching the material easier too. But perhaps most importantly still, it will make your content teachable beyond yourself. Now, this is crucial because you may not want to always be the one to deliver the content. To grow your business, you may want to train other trainers to teach your courses for you. But if you haven't systemized your content and you just show up and do your thing, you may find it impossible for someone else to come in and replicate what you do. Where the real money is. There is a secret to success in the advice industry, so important that without knowing it, you may never reach the level of success you deserve. The real money in this industry comes from creating and leveraging intellectual property. Intellectual property rights are the legally recognized exclusive rights to creations of the mind. Under intellectual property law, owners are granted certain exclusive rights to a variety of intangible assets, such as musical, literary, and artistic works, discoveries and inventions, words, phrases, symbols, and designs. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People would not have been the global success it became if Stephen Covey would have had to deliver the content himself. Instead, Franklin Covey had trained and licensed over 45,000 individuals to teach the principles of the 7 Habits. None of this would be possible without the original framework contained within the book. Create once, leverage forever. The beauty of designing and developing your own framework is once it's created, it becomes the foundation of everything you do. When you write your book, each chapter is based on a part of your framework. In your 90-minute introduction talks, you teach and tease the audience with your framework so they feel compelled to take your advanced training to know more. Each segment of your advanced training is based on a part of your framework, allowing people to go deeper into the nuances of the material. All of your information-based products, whether audio or visual, will have your overarching framework at the core. The mind is like a computer. When downloading a file onto your PC or Mac, you need somewhere to store it if you're going to keep it and be able to use it again. The best way to achieve this is to store each file in a folder with similar items. This folder may in turn be a subfolder of another folder, and so on. Why am I telling you this? Because the mind is like a computer. Your audience need you to organize your content into a neat system so as they learn, they know where everything fits in. Think of your model like putting together a jigsaw puzzle. The picture on the box gives you an image of what success looks like. The straight edge pieces help form the framework. The individual pieces can be sorted into the parts of the overall picture they represent. We intrinsically know when completing a jigsaw puzzle, it's easier when we chunk the task in this way. And that is precisely what you need to do when organizing your content for your audience. At my Public Speakers University, we devote a major part of day 1 to the teaching, designing and development of what I call your Unique Branded Solution, or UBS for short. I love it when the penny drops for people who for years have been struggling to position themselves as experts when they see how it's done. The beauty of creating a solution framework is it stands up on its own and begins to make the intangible, your ideas, look tangible. Now, let's take a look at how to go about putting together your UBS. 1. Revisit your audience's problems. Remember, your solution must solve a problem or a group of problems for your audience. This means you must know your audience as we discussed in Chapter 3 on positioning. Otherwise, you may end up creating a solution only to find it's not the specific solution your audience needs. For audiences who want to learn to become world-class presenters, I created a solution framework called the Jet Set Speaker System. It's the foundation for the material delivered at the Public Speakers University and mastered through the Professional Speakers Academy. But before I created any of this, I first had to decide on the problems my audience were experiencing that they needed a solution for. Specifically, my audience is made up of coaches, consultants, authors, managers, entrepreneurs, healers, therapists, industry experts, or just those wanting to get a message out into the world, and I discovered there were 4 big areas where they were not successful and needed advice. They needed to have better presentation skills, a way of structuring their content, the ability to gauge an audience, and most importantly, how to increase their income and get paid more for sharing their knowledge and know-how. 2. Research. No matter what your subject matter is, it's likely there are already other people out there with something to say on the topic. Rather than blindly putting your own content together, it's first sensible to take a look at what's being taught by the established people in your industry. I suggest making a big list of all their points of wisdom Have a look at how they lay out their knowledge and know-how. Do they have a model or framework that helps them to get their points across? Have they ordered and sequenced their content? Does it follow a logical flow? At this point, don't evaluate their content, just write it down and collect their salient points. 3. Reverse engineer. No doubt, you will have personally had some success and some failures in relation to your topic. Now it's time to make a list of what specifically has been important to you in relation to solving a particular problem or getting a successful result. I call this reverse engineering. When I created the Jet Set Speaker system, I looked at each of the 4 areas of my audience wanted answers: presentation skills, content creation, engaging the audience, and getting paid. I studied what I'd done that had worked for me and got me to the point of speaking to thousands of people alongside well-known names like Richard Branson, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Tony Robbins. I watched video recordings of my performances on stage to see what I was doing naturally so I could become even more conscious of my skill so I could teach it to others as a part of my solution framework. 4. Organize. By now, you'll know the problem you need to solve for your audience. You'll also know what other experts do to get results. And you know what you do to get results. And you have a big list with lots of points of wisdom. However, at the moment you have some great points, but they're all unorganized. Essentially, you have lots of pieces to various jigsaw puzzles. So now it's time to chunk, order, and sequence. This means assigning each point to one of the problems you're trying to solve, and then categorizing your points into folders and subfolders, just like you would if it was an information on your computer. Your aim is to have between 3 to 7 top-level points of wisdom, folders, which contain with them a number of specific points of wisdom, subfolders, that potentially contain with them the most detailed of all instructions, files, on how to achieve a particular task. This gives you 3 layers to your solution, and this is the key to a great framework. The top layer provides general direction on what to focus on. The second layer tells your audience what to do, and the third layer gives them the very specific instructions, including all the nuances on how to do it. 5. Assemble. Now at this point, you have to turn what is essentially a collection of bullet points into a solution framework that is world-class and will stick in your audience's mind and position you as the go-to expert in your industry. Taking your points of wisdom in each layer, you must now assemble them into one of 3 structures. 1. An acronym, where each of the first letters of each point, when put together, spells a word. Alliteration, where each of the first letters of each point all start with the same letter. Here's an example of an acronym-based system called the Stress-Free Speaker System, to teach my audiences how to have great presentation skills. S stands for state. Y stands for be yourself. S stands for stance. T, tonality. E, eye contact. M, movement. Here's an example of an alliteration-based system called the Tri-Summit Storytelling System, to teach my audiences how to design, develop and deliver a well-crafted story. S, scene. S, stars. S, struggle. S, summit. S, solution. S, seed. Thousands of my students around the world are building their unique branded systems. Here's an example of a UBS built by Sammy Blindell and Miles Fryer. Their company is called How to Build a Brand, and because of this framework, they are now well on the way to leading their industry. Their framework is built into a shape. It is a circle broken up into 5 pieces. Number 1, believe in your brand with the belief blockbuster. Number 2, know your market with the rapid research radar. Understand your ideal customer with the advanced customer profiler. Build trust and rapport with the nurture your aces. Marketing Action Plan with a double domination dynamo. And if you look at it, each of those frameworks inside the model starts with B-R-A-N-D, spelling the word brand. Here's Miles and Sammy's story. Back in July 2013, we were running a successful brand and marketing agency in Leeds. With 12 expert staff, we helped our clients achieve great results. However, our passion meant that we worked so hard we became stressed, ill, and lacked a work-life balance. We were happy in work, but not happy in life. This was certainly not what we got into business for, so we had to make some changes. We sold the agency and followed a new, far more exciting road. Yes, it was a risk, but when you believe in what you're doing so passionately, it has the ability to change lives, it's worth taking that risk. After attending Andy Harrington's Public Speakers University, and subsequently graduating to the Professional Speakers Academy, we discovered a much better way to deliver our knowledge and expertise on a massive scale, such that we can reach thousands of ideal customers more effectively than ever before. As brand and marketing experts for over 18 years, we knew the power of brand positioning. Now, with this extra jigsaw piece, we were able to see the bigger picture for our business and businesses we support worldwide. This success is greatly attributed to the system Andy taught us, how to package our knowledge into a system and present it with impact to a much wider audience, which he calls the unique branded system. Our business transformed within 6 weeks of attending the Speakers University program, and the ripple effect continues to positively enhance our reputation, our bank balance, our lives, and more importantly, the lives of those we love around us. We learned so much at the Speakers University that by implementing the strategies we learned, our turnover increased by 400%. We stopped exchanging all our time for money and instead turned our knowledge into online products that make us residual income. As a result, our consultancy prices went through the roof. The hours we spent in the business reduced dramatically, and as a wonderful added bonus, our lives are so much richer because we now get to spend time doing what we love with the people we love. Through systemizing our knowledge and know-how, coupled with our greatly enhanced presentation skills, we now present our Brand Accelerator marketing program to a much larger audience. Wow, what a difference. Our customers are so impressed by how easy it is to understand the brand and marketing process using our program that our conversion tripled immediately. We have since increased the price of our program 5 times because demand for it is so high and our customers still tell us that it's too cheap for what it gives them. What's more, because the skills we learned are transferable from presenting on stage to presenting on video and webinars, our business has now gone global. We have customers in the UK, France, Holland, Spain, Australia, USA and South Africa already. And here's the thing. We launched our new business with just 2 of us in October 2013, and within 6 months we were earning way more than we were as an agency of 13 people without staff, without expensive glass-fronted offices, free from stress, no more long hours, working wherever we want in the world, and most importantly with the freedom to choose life over work. 6. Name it. Your goal in building a solution framework is to create a unique branded solution. It's unique because you created it and you follow the steps correctly. It should be brilliantly systemized solution. All we now need to do is brand your solution by giving it a catchy sounding name. Your name should describe what the solution does or the result it produces. We also want to give it a name that makes it sound more solid and tangible. The Jet Set Speaker System is the high-level layer of the entire solution framework. At the top are 4 problems to be solved. When you look at my Jet Set Speaker System and all of its subsystems, you can see there are 2. When you look at my entire public speaking system, where I teach entrepreneurs how to speak, it's called the Jet Set Speaker System. And all its subcomponents put together make it the Jet Set Speaker System. At the top are 4 problems to be solved. Underneath are 7 subsystem solutions. Each of the subsystem solutions are further frameworks that go into the finer detail of what to do with another layer underneath giving instructions of how to do it. It composed of the stress-free speaker system, stay and pay positioning, the format formula, the unique branded solution, the Try Summit storytelling system, the Kickstart content creator, and the Pitch and Grow Rich formula. Diving deeper. Creating and crafting your unique branded solution gives you the positioning of an expert and authority and provides you and your audience with a structure. The next step is to flesh out this structure with content that widens your audience's understanding. The advantages of first organising your ideas into a framework are you'll never have to script out a speech word for word. From now on, when you deliver a keynote presentation or a segment of content within your workshop, you have a structure that allows freedom of expression while still remaining on track, on topic and on time. Those presenters who try to write down their content and memorise it word for word are making life very hard for themselves. Whenever I see a presenter trying to remember a script, they are inevitably nervous, and even the ones who pull it off have zero stage presence because their attention is internal, thinking about words rather than being external and focusing on connecting with their audience. Conscious versus unconscious delivery. Those presenters who memorise their content are trying to do something that is unnatural. Perhaps you haven't thought about this before, but speaking is an unconscious skill. When was the last time you thought about what you were going to say word for word before you said it? This type of talk is for politicians who stand behind lecterns and deliver canned presentations. So just how do you create content that is easy to record and deliver with real passion and power to boot? Let me ask you a question. If you were eavesdrop on a debate between two people discussing a topic they both feel passionate about, you would discover something startlingly simple about the structure of their conversation. They would either be making a statement or asking a question. Now, this might seem obvious, but I have an important revelation to make regarding this and most presentations, and here it is. Most speakers only make statements and forget to ask questions. A great conversation should not sound like a presentation. Instead, it should sound like a conversation. The only difference is the presenter is asking and answering the questions. The easiest way to create your content is to think like your audience and consider what your audience would ask you, if they could, at any given moment of your presentation. Then simply ask this question rhetorically and then answer the question yourself. In doing so, you will have educated your audience and your answer may have raised another question in their mind. So what do? Pose this new question, again rhetorically, and your answer becomes even more content to deepen their understanding further. Why are asking rhetorical questions vital to great presentations? Simply put, this style of presentation makes people think and not just learn. Thinking to learn versus listening to learn. Whenever you pose a rhetorical question and pause for a few moments before answering, your audience will attempt to answer the question in their head, but much of the time they'll be wrong or have no answer. What this does is it creates an interest in the topic and makes them more curious. Why is that? I'll tell you. Because questions are evaluations, and questions cause people to think for themselves and not just be spoon-fed information. A rhetorical question also opens up a space for the answer to be stored in their minds. And furthermore, it gives them an opportunity to relate to the answers already given. This style of presentation will also have a conversational tone and feel to it, even though the audience aren't actually speaking. The huge advantage of this is your audience will stay alert and attentive for much longer periods and therefore learn and retain your information much better. Now look, questions are very hard to ignore. Presenters that intersperse their content with well-placed questions are way more engaging than the speaker who just rattles off statement after statement after statement in a lecturing style. Get agreement along the way. Having created your solution framework, otherwise known as your unique branded solution, each point you make should relate directly back to it in some way. If you're making each point well, You'll be validating each point you make. More about how to do this in a minute. Make sure, once you've made your point, you get an agreement from your audience. In doing so, you begin to validate your entire framework as a reliable and useful system of what to do and how to do it. Having made your point, all you need to do is simply ask questions such as, raise your hand if that makes sense to you, or raise your hand if you understand, or do you agree with me, yes or no? Most presenters often overlook this technique of getting small agreements along the way. They often fear a negative response from the audience or worry people won't participate, and so they don't check in with their audience. This is a big mistake. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. Without checking in with your audience, you'll have little way of knowing how well you're doing and if your audience is with you or not. The chances are they will be, and they'll raise their hand or say yes to your question, and in doing so, they'll be in agreement with you. Remember, you want to influence this audience to follow your advice and make a change. By getting small agreements along the way, you'll be one step closer to the bigger agreement of implementing your advice and potentially hiring you or buying a product or service you provide. Now, you might be asking, but Andy, what if my audience doesn't usually respond and don't think they'll raise their hands or agree by saying yes? Now, okay, it's a fair question, but firstly, how do you know until you just do it? Also, to overcome this, just simply create a pre-frame at the beginning of your talk that you'll be asking your audience to respond to you as you need feedback to know your message is making sense. Stop just giving information. So far in this chapter, we've discussed the huge benefits of creating your solution framework as a unique branded solution to position yourself as an authority whilst making your content follow a logical system. This way of putting your message together is vital to your long-term success in this game. It helps you to give you a concrete feeling of substance to your message. This is predominantly teaching the left side of the brain, which processes information in a logical way, ordered and sequenced. We have also talked about the use of questions to open up your audience and make your style more conversational. However, just dealing in left brain logic is not going to make you a world-class influencer, and here's why. It's not enough to simply inform people. You must go one stage further and transform them too. Essentially, you must share not just what you know, but also what you believe. Don't just give people content or facts. You must interpret the facts and share your perspectives and your beliefs. Think about the difference in the level of conviction in your voice when you share something you believe versus just sharing what you know. It's a subtle difference with a massive impact, and all great speakers do it. Think of some of the greatest speeches of all time. Winston Churchill, Martin Luther King, John F. Kennedy, Mahatma Gandhi. If you listen closely, you'll notice these are great speeches because the speaker is sharing a deep conviction in something they believe. Now this brings me to one undeniable truth. Not everyone will like you. Get over it. It takes real courage to share a message and make a difference to the people in your family, your community, your company, your country, or the world. It's important to know not everyone will agree with your ideas or share your beliefs, but don't let that deter you from your path. Find your authentic voice, make a stand, and attract your posse. You cannot afford to be too vanilla. If you want to succeed in the guru industry, you have to be opinionated, because people are paying you for your perspective, and so you better have one. The easiest way to make a name for yourself is to attack the status quo of what people believe to be true in your industry. By commentating on the current way of doing things and pointing out how the world has changed, you begin to create an opening for your new and better way, and in doing so, further position yourself as an authority and an expert. People learn best by association. Have you ever been in a seminar or in a meeting and been confused or overwhelmed? I know I have. I believe even the most technical subjects can be explained in simple terms, provided the teacher links the unknown, the technical content, to the known, something they're already familiar with. The human brain learns best by association. When we discover something for the first time, We search for what it is like. When we find a match, we have a feeling of familiarity and make a step change in our understanding. There are three primary ways to associate your points of wisdom. 1. Associate with a universal experience. You could choose to liken your point to an everyday experience most of your audience could relate to, such as various aspects of driving a car, perhaps changing gear, looking in the mirrors, or applying the brakes. Universal experience acts like a metaphor and accelerates and deepens the understanding of your audience. Go to the following website to see a video of a live performance where I liken our ability to spot or miss opportunities to driving a car. Go to www.passionintoprofit.info to grab access to those resources. 2. Associate with a story. An anecdotal story is a fantastic way of helping your audience to learn. You could tell a story from your own life or someone you know, perhaps even someone in the public eye. Your story acts as evidence the point you're making is valid and true in the real world. Here's a short story I use to deepen the audience's understanding of a point I make in my Public Speakers University. Leaders do what is right, not what is easy. Have you ever been faced with a difficult decision where it was easier not to speak up rather than telling the truth? If you'd have worked at Churchill Insurance in the February of 1997, you'd have been invited to gather for a 5-minute meeting under the atrium in the middle of the sales floor. It's a meeting I knew was coming, and I was prepared for the repercussions that would ensue once I had upset the apple cart. Having worked for Churchill Insurance for 7 years, this was my brief farewell meeting, as I was due to leave the relative safety of the company with a view of starting my first business. I clutched my gift of Dolce & Gabbana aftershave and made my announcement. Thank you to all of you for the wonderful years we've spent together working for Churchill, but today I'm leaving. And the reason is, it's time for me to move on because I really do feel like I've outgrown this place. Well, you could have heard the pin drop. I was told later people were gossiping and saying, who does he think he is, and what an arrogant idiot. The reason I said it was firstly because it was true, but also because I believe you cannot succeed with your feet planted in two worlds. See, over the last 7 years, I'd watched people leave Churchill to start something new, only to see them return and ask for their job back when the going got tough and their new venture hit a roadblock. I knew if I made that bold statement, there'd be no way back for me. I burnt the bridge, so there's no easy way back the moment I said what I did. But here's what's interesting. There were 5 people in that meeting who, over the next 18 months, came to work for my new company. They all tripled their income and now have gone on to run their own successful companies, generating revenues in the multi-millions. So, what's something you need to say? Is there something you need to do? Do you need to end something that's not serving you? Do you need to commit to someone or something that you've been putting off? I believe this. Leaders do what's right, not what is easy. What's easy is to go with the flow. But remember, the gentle flow of the stream may become a current you can't control one day, and you may end up heading for a waterfall because you didn't do the right thing when you had the chance. Number 3, associate with an activity. The final way you can deepen your audience's understanding of your point is to have them participate in an activity. Many people learn best by doing, so why not create an exercise or a game so they experience the point you're making? One of my favourite activities is a game called Knotty Problem. The whole group stand in a circle and hold hands, all except one person who will be the leader. The group then proceed to create a giant human knot by moving in multiple directions whilst keeping hold of each other's hands. After a minute, everyone stops, and it's the job of the leader to work out how to undo the knot and instruct people how to move to achieve this. This approach takes several minutes, but finally the group will be back into the same circle they started in. Now the exercise is repeated, except you are the leader. Now when everyone is tied up into the knot, you simply say, well, I think since you got yourself into the knot, you probably know the best way to resolve it. So would you please go back to how you were without letting go of your hands? Magically, within less than 10 seconds, the group is back into their original circle. Most managers try to solve problems themselves without empowering their teams. Now, I make my point. When it comes to high performance, teamwork makes the dream work. Ultimately, putting world-class content together takes time. But remember, you're creating your intellectual property, which will become an asset you will leverage over and over again for the rest of your life, and probably beyond for your family. Chapter 5 in a nutshell. Produce a solution framework for your ideas. Brand your solution by giving it a unique and catchy name. Use rhetorical questions for a conversational style. Don't just inform people, transform them too. Be controversial. Be different. Attack the status quo. Associate your points to things people are already familiar with. Chapter 6. Productizing your knowledge. This book is entitled Passion into Profit because it teaches you how to help potentially millions of people to solve a problem, make a change, increase their results, or generally improve their lives or business in some way. I therefore think it's only fair that in return you deserve to be hugely financially rewarded for your efforts. This means realizing the intrinsic value of what you have to offer and making a successful business to support you on your mission. Passion into big profits. The great news about creating and building a business in the mentoring, coaching and advice-giving industry is that you get to make money doing something you genuinely love. Consider how many people travel each day to their job or business to do work they have little or no passion for. For me, this is crazy, but I understand it, because for years I didn't recognize my value and settled for stacking shelves in a supermarket. I believe that if you do something you love, you'll do it a lot. If you do it a lot, you'll get very good at it. If you get very good at it, you'll be better than most. If you're better than most, you'll probably be able to charge a premium fee. Products and services. To make money and thrive, every business has to sell something for a profit. That something that is sold will either be a product or a service. The beauty of the expert industry is that you'll be able to create and offer both. Essentially, as experts passing on wisdom, we are the creators of content, the inventors of information, the suppliers of strategies, the providers of perspective, the mentors with maps. Our how-to information solves problems and reduces the time required and the stress incurred by our audiences, saving them the need to figure it out by themselves through trial and terror. We first find out what answers people need. Then we go to work to structure our highly valuable knowledge and know-how in such a way that they can access those answers, implement our advice, and get the results they want. Packaging the genie within. You can package your knowledge and know-how either through an information product you create and produce, or through a service such as a workshop, a seminar, or a face-to-face coaching consultancy or mentoring session. Products are fantastic for reaching out and helping people who you may never meet in person. I love the idea that someone in the world has the chance to massively improve the quality of their lives because of one of my products. Right now, I'm thrilled to bits that you're listening to this book, which of course is a product. I'm jazzed that as every chapter unfolds, I have the opportunity to connect with you and ignite a spark within, which I hope and believe will become an internal flame of desire to make your mark on this world, help others, and hopefully leave a lasting legacy. Why products? Products are brilliant for your audience, as they can gain access to your material without the physical effort, higher cost, and availability to come to a live event or a personal session. Your audience can learn at its own pace from the comfort of their own home or in their car as they drive around. As Brian Tracy always said, they can turn their car into a university on wheels. Your business will flourish better with products because you work once to create them and you get paid over and over again each time a new customer buys them. This allows you to build a business that is leveraged and scalable. This means it doesn't matter that there are only 24 hours in a day because you don't have to deliver the service over and over again personally. The information product you create does the work for you. Why services? Services in the form of live events, such as workshops, seminars, retreats, and mastermind programs, give your audience a chance to immerse themselves in the learning experience. They give your audience an opportunity to meet and greet like-minded people with similar problems, goals, dreams, and of course aspirations. It gives them a chance to meet you in person so they can hear it from the horse's mouth, as it were. The benefits of live events is that you can serve lots of people in one event, as your only limitation is the size of the room you hire. Typically, to conduct the event, you'll hire a conference room in a hotel with an easy reach of your audience. When your events get bigger, you can hire a venue such as exhibition and conference centres. I started out delivering events in small conference rooms, in hotels, as my audiences were small. My first 3-day event had just 26 paying people. The exciting prospect is that by following the advice throughout this book, you may also get to scale up to huge venues and speak in front of audiences of thousands too. To begin with, you'll need a short signature talk that will both teach and tease people into wanting advanced training. My personal preference is a 3 or 4-day seminar, as I can deliver way more than my audience expects. If you do this, you'll create an army of raving fans who will become walking, talking adverts for your training programs. Far too many coaches, mentors and consultants only offer their advice on a one-to-one basis. This, I believe, is a big mistake. Don't get me wrong, doing one-to-one work should still be part of your services, but here's the critical distinction. Make personal sessions the last thing people buy from you, not the first thing they buy from you. As somebody who wants to be seen and known as an authority in your chosen field, you want to give people a chance to learn from you through a product or through a group training seminar first. Why? Because it's highly leveraged. It stands to reason if I'm conducting a 1-day seminar with 3,650 attendees, I'm being 3,650 times more efficient than if I work with them one-to-one, which of course would take me 10 years to do it. Of course, this also means that I'm making the same money, less a few additional costs, in 1 day as I would otherwise make in a decade. But that's not the only reason to offer a product or a seminar first. Think about the limitations of only offering one-to-one mentoring or coaching. Consider that in the beginning of your relationship with a potential client, they'll be naturally skeptical about whether you can help them or not. If the only option is having a personal one-to-one with you, they'll feel they are taking a risk in trying you out. Because of this, you'll most likely have to keep the cost of your one-to-one sessions right down to attract the business. However, when you produce a low-priced product and give your customer a chance to gain some knowledge and know-how for a small investment, as they consume the material, they begin to hold you in higher regard and start to see you as the expert authority you are. You'll have built a relationship of trust and credibility. You can then follow up with further automated marketing and convert them into higher paying customers. More about this in Chapter 7, Promoting Yourself and Your Services. Live events. A live event gives you the same benefits but magnified. When your client is sitting in an audience as you deliver your advice from stage, they'll almost certainly hold you in even higher regard, and you'll be positioned in their mind as even more of an authority. This happens because of social proof. All those other people in the audience demonstrate that many people want your advice, not just them. All of this is vital to the success you'll enjoy in this business. If you offer one-to-one sessions as your first or only service to help people, you'll be depositioning yourself by making yourself too available too early in the relationship and for far too cheap a price. But if, having bought your product and attended a few of your seminars, someone wants a one-to-one with you, do you think they would be willing to pay a much higher price? You bet they would. In fact, they expect it. Today, I still do one-to-one sessions, but I charge £20,000 for a single session with me. Charging a premium for your one-to-one advice will serve you in a number of ways. 1. Only serious people will book you. The very last thing you want to do is work with non-committed people. They'll drain your time and energy. When someone invests a decent amount of money to work with you, they are focused and typically at a point where making a change is a must. There is a much higher probability they will implement your advice rather than just turn up in the session and go through the motions. 2. You'll attract amazing people to work with. When you charge a premium fee, a funny thing happens. People will naturally believe you are unique and special. Now understand, for every customer out there that only wants to buy the cheapest solution, there's also a whole host of people who only want to buy the best, most expensive solution. You know that has to be true, or luxury goods such as Rolex, Louis Vuitton, Ferrari, Aston Martin and Porsche wouldn't exist. So who are the people who want to buy the best solution? Often, you'll attract high net worth individuals, C-level executives of corporations or even celebrities. I've had the privilege of working with and speaking alongside many of the great movers and shakers of the world. Do you think they'd be comfortable hiring me if I only charged £500 a day? Remember, price itself is the ultimate positioning tool. In addition, when you attract these types of clients, your business will expand because what sets apart successful people is their focus and desire to build networks. Once you work with one celebrity, you'll often get the opportunity to work with many more. 3. You'll raise your game. In order to justify a high price for one-to-one coaching, you'll need to provide a world-class solution and help your clients overcome their challenge and get the result they're looking for. Your service must be of high quality. Knowing this, you'll become the best you can be. You'll attend more seminars and buy products to stay at the cutting edge. You'll work harder at improving your approach and the way that you work. All this serves to make you even better, which may in turn enable you to raise your fees even more. 4. Your belief in you and your value goes up. If you charge too little for your one-to-one work, you may attract non-committed people. When they don't get results, not because you didn't advise them well, because they failed to implement your advice, it may start to affect your belief in your ability. However, when you charge a premium and attract clients that are happy to pay your fees and thrilled with the results they get from implementing your advice, something magical happens. Your belief in what you are worth financially will rise. I cannot underestimate the importance of this phenomenon. Our beliefs massively affect the amount of money we are worth. Do not make the mistake of charging too little, because when customers pay it, you'll start to believe that's what you're worth. You may get stuck at one level of income for the rest of your career. 5. You get paid more for doing less. The problem with offering your advice as a service that you are essentially exchanging time for money. It's essentially a job. Many people become a coach, mentor or consultant to break away from the corporate world. They want more control and more time freedom. But if they're successful and they get booked up, they'll soon be back in the same boat, exchanging time for money. Of course, they'll be doing something they love, but the business will never grow because you can't scale a business based on one-to-one work. Almost every new entrant into this industry produces a business that's upside down. They start with one-to-one and then try a one-off seminar that they can't fill because their clients have already had a one-to-one session. So why would they pay for a one-to-many experience? So the new entrant goes back to one-to-one sessions and dreams one day of producing an information product like a book or a set of CDs. If you want to make it big and turn a passion into profit, you need to create a business that begins by offering an information product in written, audio or visual format first. You then move to seminars or workshops, and then perhaps to small group mentoring, and finally to a premium priced one-to-one mentoring. Times have changed for good. As you start to think about creating your own products and seminars, you may start to freak out and worry that you'll never be able to do it. Please relax. Throughout this book, I'll explain how to achieve all of this easily. Because you will have already created your UBS, your unique branded solution, and your what to do and how to do it content that goes around it, creating an information-based product is much easier than you think. When it comes to creating products, times have changed for good. In the past, we creators had to book studio time, which I can tell you was quite expensive. We go into a room and perform on demand to record our voice or stand in front of a video camera. All of that today has changed. With the use of your PC or Apple Mac, you can produce a product in the comfort of your own home at your own pace that is good as quality as anything produced in a studio. Let's now take a look are the types of products and live events you could create for your audience. Audio programs. If you're creating an audio program, you have the choice of whether it should be delivered to your customer as a physical CD or as a downloaded MP3 file. If you're an Apple Mac user, simply use GarageBand, which comes free with every purchase of a Mac. If you own a PC running Windows, use Audacity. Again, this is free software that you can download from the internet. One of my audio products is called Breakthrough to the Life You Deserve. It's a self-coaching course for those who want to overcome mental barriers to success. It's an audio product made using GarageBand from the comfort of my own home, and it's helped change the lives of people all around the world. Screen capture programs. You could record an audio program together with screen capture. Essentially, you put some slides together, hit record, and the software records your voice while visually capturing what your screen is displaying. This also means that an instructional product can easily be made this way, demonstrating to your audience what to do on your computer. If you're an Apple Mac, I recommend using ScreenFlow. If you're a PC person, I recommend using Camtasia. One of my screen capture products is called Winning Webinars, and it teaches you how to construct and deliver great webinars for the purpose of educating your audiences while providing an invitation for them to enroll in one of your live classes. I made it in 3 days using ScreenFlow, stopping and starting the recording button while I occasionally stop to eat, have a cup of tea, play with the kids, or snuggle down with the wife. Recording a live event. One of the mantras I'm always drumming into my audiences is to make sure they capture all their content live wherever possible. When you run a live event, I recommend having it recorded. By doing so, not only are you getting paid to deliver your live event, but you're also making a product that you can sell later. Remember, some people won't be able to make it to the live event or prefer to learn in the comfort of their own home at their own time. You can record the audio using a device connected straight into the sound desk running the audio at the event. Search on the internet for one made by a company called Roland. Alternatively, you can record the audio and the visuals and produce a video product for people to have the best seat in the house, as if they were right there with you. I have done this with my Public Speakers University live event, where I teach people how to become a world-class presenter. One of the types of products I love to create the most is one where I break down a live performance step by step. Your audience will benefit hugely from this type of product. Often, when someone is highly qualified at a particular skill, much of what they're doing is unconscious. This means they don't have to think about what they're doing, it just comes naturally. By recording yourself or someone else in their flow of their ability or performance, it's possible to demonstrate exactly what they're doing by pausing the action and adding commentary over the top later. Online membership programs. There is a special category of product that provides ongoing education for your audiences, and so therefore ongoing residual income for you. If you want to create your ticket to retire young and retire rich, online membership programs could help get you there. With this type of product, you create a modular training where you release new content each month that takes your audience one step closer to success. Typically, your customer pays a monthly subscription, and while they stay subscribed, they retain access to the already released modules as well as receiving each new module as it's released once a month. This can sound like a lot of work, but in reality record the content for each module in batches and produce many months' worth of content all in one day. You can also repurpose some footage of a live event and use this to create your modules. I've done that with one of my programs. It's called the Professional Speakers Academy Online Coaching Program, which breaks down how to design, develop and deliver world-class seminars, workshops and presentations. Comprehensive workshop-style training courses. Creating a live, multi-day training course that not only teaches people what to do, but also gives them an opportunity to begin to implement your advice is where you showcase your real talents and abilities. Workshop-style training courses that let the audience get its hands dirty are very valuable, as many people who only learn theory at a seminar will often go back to their home or workplace but never start. However, when people start the process of implementation on the course, it is a cause set in motion and builds up momentum, making it much more likely they'll continue to implement your advice once the event is finished. Putting together a course requires you to devise modules so that it's easy for the audience to follow. Your content must be outlined, chunked and sequenced in a logical format. Far too many workshops leave their audiences confused and feeling inadequate, not because they are not intelligent people, but because the training was poorly designed. The centerpiece of my training courses is Public Speakers University, which teaches budding entrepreneurs, coaches, consultants, authors, trainers, speakers, and would-be experts how to present like a professional, create world-class content, engage people, and get paid to speak by learning how to pitch their products and services while delivering great education to their audiences. High-end group mentoring programs. Attending a live seminar gives your audience an immersion experience for a few days. But for those people in your audience who wish to attain mastery, you can create a group mentoring program where people pay for a year or more and receive ongoing implementation advice and mentoring from you and your team. You can also create different tiers of membership that allow people to choose the level of commitment that best meets their budget and level of commitment. My high-end mastermind program is the Professional Speakers Academy. Multi-speaker events. Once you began making a name for yourself as someone who delivers great content and has the ability to influence people, you may be invited to speak at a multi-day, multi-speaker conference. In these events, you'll typically present your 90-minute signature talk and invite people to enroll in an advanced course at the end of your talk. These events can be very lucrative, as well as elevating your positioning when you speak alongside some of the best well-known people in your industry. Many speakers also create their own multi-speaker events, where they become the promoter and fill the seminar room and invite other known speakers to present. Some speakers will be paid a keynote fee, while others will make money from selling their products and programs. Creating multiple formats. People often ask me, Andy, if I put all my ideas into a book or an audio program, won't that mean that people won't want to attend the workshop or seminar? This is a valid question, but here's what I say to them in return. Have you ever bought a recording artist's album and then gone to see them live, singing exactly the same songs? Then the penny drops. People will buy an artist's album, otherwise known as their product, and later go to their live concert, otherwise known as their service, but sometimes they'll attend a live concert and then buy the album as well. People do this because they want to consume the material in different ways. I'm sure you'll agree that a live performance has a very different feel compared with listening to a studio-recorded album. People attend live events for the experience to be moved both physically and emotionally as they dance, and they're also doing this with like-minded people. People buy the album because they want to take the artist home with them and listen to songs over and over again in their car. This industry, which I sometimes refer to as the expert coaching, mentoring or how-to industry, is no different. People who come to know, like and trust you through your products and programs will want to attend your live events. People who attend your live events will want to take you home with them so they can listen to you over and over again in their car or watch you over and over again on their computer. Chapter 6 in a nutshell. Package your knowledge and know-how to grow your business. Information products allow you to reach your audience more easily. People may want to read it, hear it, watch it, or experience it live. Live events give your audience an immersion experience. Charge a premium for one-to-one sessions with you. Now you know how to create amazing content that informs and transforms and can really help people to overcome a problem and get better results. But what use is that if no one knows about you? I think it's time we talked about Chapter 7. Promoting yourself and your services. This is where the rubber meets the road. Now we're going to take your expert positioning together with your world-class information, products and services and let the world know you exist and begin making a difference and hopefully a small fortune too. It may sound like hyperbole, but by following the advice in this chapter, you'll be able to start competing with the established players in your topic, no matter how much of a celebrity they might be. You see, there is a process and a formula for success that I've been refining and updating for many years. Everything I teach you is based on actual campaigns I have run to sell my products and to fill my own seminars and events. How not to promote yourself and your services. It might seem strange to talk about what not to do, but I believe that learning what to avoid can be just as important as what to focus on. I am well qualified to tell you what not to do because I've done it all. My first attempt at promoting my events ultimately almost made me bankrupt. I made the mistake of using traditional marketing by placing quarter-page adverts in newspapers and 30-second adverts on radio. The problem with this approach is that while it still can bring in some customers, the cost of the advertising is so high and its effectiveness relatively low that it cannot be sustained long-term. People like you and I are not giant conglomerate organisations with the luxury of huge budgets to spend on newspapers, magazines, radio, television and billboard posters. There is simply no point wasting our efforts on these forms of marketing as they will not work. No matter how many people read that newspaper, the reason is because people are not reading the paper in the anticipation of reading your advert. You are paying a sum of money to get your advert in front of millions of people who have simply no interest in your service. Okay, so what should you do instead? So what's the answer? Well, it's simple. We do the opposite. We get our message in front of a much smaller number of clients with a high probability of being interested in what we're selling, and we offer them an irresistible information product for free. Through this transaction, we also capture their contact information, which enables us not only to send the free information product, but also to begin a relationship. Over a relatively short period of time, we can establish our credibility and our expertise while building enough trust and belief in us they'll happily pay for a higher value information product or attend a live workshop or seminar. Give and you shall receive. All of this type of marketing is built on the principle of giving first. If you do a one-off advert and try to sell people straight away when you're not established in their mind as a trusted authority, you're not going to get many inquiries, let alone sales. The new approach is to add value first by teaching, training or educating them around your subject. Your free gift could be an audio download, an online group masterclass, ebook, webinar, teleseminar or a series of training videos. The beauty of this approach is that for the first time in history we can use pull marketing strategies rather than pushing our products and services on people who don't really want or need them. Push marketing is where we put out a message that says, buy my products or hire my services, and we try to convince someone to buy from us on the first contact. As mentors, coaches and consultants, we offer a solution that is often more personal than just functional. As such, it is vital to build up the relationship of trust first so that people choose to move towards us. If you were single and looking for a long-term loving relationship, it wouldn't be an effective strategy to ask someone to come to bed with you within 2 minutes of meeting them. Even if this was successful, it's unlikely the relationship would last. In business, we want to create longevity in our relationships with our customers so that we can continue to help them further while increasing the lifetime value of their customers. Turn the sales process into an educational process. The problem with traditional marketing is it assumes everyone is ready to buy when you are ready to sell. This means that in order for you to make a sale, you have to perfectly time your marketing and advertising for each person. Obviously, this is impossible. Or is it? The subtle shift here is to see people not as a potential client, but as a student. Someone to educate regardless of whether they buy or not. It's a game changer when you turn the sales process into an opportunity for people to learn something valuable that begins to solve a problem they might be facing, especially when it's free. Never try to sell without adding value first. Creating the marketing machine. The key to all of this is to systemize and automate the process so that once it's set up, it requires little to no effort on your part, and you have a steady stream of people buying your products and services or enrolling in your events. A few years ago, this was difficult to pull off without huge investment and great technical skill, but the great news is that it is now possible even for people just starting out. To promote yourself and your services, you're going to need a few things in place. 1. A contact management system. You need a system for collecting the contact information of each potential customer so it can automatically run the campaigns I'll describe later in this chapter. I personally use Infusion, but there are many others such as One Shopping Cart, iContact and Aweber, to mention just a few. I like Infusionsoft because it allows me to run sophisticated campaigns that track my customers' activity more accurately than the others. I highly recommend using Infusion from the very beginning of your entry into the expert industry. You can find out all about Infusion at www.infusionsoft.com. A merchant account. You'll need to get a merchant account so you can accept online credit card payments. Your bank can help you with this. Normally this involves filling out several forms, providing ID and jumping through a few hoops, but you need to do it. Alternatively, you can use PayPal. 3. A high-quality product to give away for free. Because you want to create an ongoing relationship with your potential customers, you're going to be giving away a free product so they can get to know, like and trust you and your information. You want them to experience the quality of your content so they'll be hungry for more. Remember, if they love what you give them for free, they are much more likely to soon pay money for your entry-level product, service or workshop. This free product should be delivered digitally as an ebook, audio, audiovisual or video-based program. Some experts give away a free seminar. You can do this. The idea is for people to come to a 2-hour event. Towards the end, you'll upsell to an advanced course. When I first started out, I used this approach, and it worked well. However, a word of warning, you'll have a lot more cost, as you'll need to hire a venue and pay to hire sound equipment, as well as a technician to run it all. The other difficulty is getting people who enroll on your free event to actually turn up and attend. Because it's a free event, they don't have much disincentive if they don't show. You'll find that even with plenty of email reminders and even phone calls, your show-up rate is going to be best 50%, and in many cases about 25%. If instead, as your free gift, you offer a free audio, a recorded online masterclass, or a video that people can access immediately once they give you their contact information, you'll be giving them an instant gratification. The problem with a live event is they have to A, be available on the day, B, travel, and C, wait until the event itself to get the information. I personally prefer to charge people for a live event once they've experienced my information through a free product that they can consume online first. This way, the event is not free, as it's a paid-for event, which means I haven't got to take the risk of putting on an event and hoping people will show up. I know they will because they paid money to be there. The only exception to this is if someone is putting on a free or low-paid event and I'm an invited speaker. I'm happy to do this for part of my marketing strategy because I don't have the risk and the effort of putting the event on. During these events, I'll normally present for 90 minutes, and during my talk, I'll invite people to enroll in an advanced program that my company runs. Perhaps the Public Speakers University, or the Passion into Profit. Typically, I'll share a 50% of the sales revenue with the promoter, but because enrollment in my live courses can run into the thousands, this is a good way to reach more people, fill our events and make a nice profit. Okay, so let's assume you have your Infusion account in place, you've secured your merchant account, and you have put together a brilliant information product you are going to give away for free. Now it's time to spend money to make money. As I've said already, you could blow your money on expensive adverts in a newspaper or on a radio or a magazine. But don't do this. The best place to advertise is undoubtedly online. The internet has been a game changer for our industry, as it allows us to find and target the people who will see our marketing messages. Remember, the advantage of this is you're not paying for people to see your advert for something they will never buy. Now, I imagine at this point you'll be concerned about spending money on advertising. but you must realise there is little to no point in having great products and services if no one knows about you. I understand your reservation. As someone who has spent thousands on an advert in a national newspaper with a readership of more than 1 million people and received 0 inquiries, I know better than most that it can cost you a lot to find out what works and what doesn't. However, what if I told you there was a way of investing a very small amount of money and very quickly finding out if it's working and making you money? If it doesn't, you can turn the adverts off and it will cost you no more. However, when it does work, you can continue and potentially turn up your adverts too. Imagine if you put a coin in a gaming machine and 3 coins came out the other end every time you play. Well, in this case, the coin going in is your investment into the first part of the machine, which is an online advertising platform like Google, Facebook or YouTube. The second part of the machine is your website, where people access your free content, and the 3 coins dropping out the other end represent your income, a few days later from selling a high-value product, workshop or seminar. Captivate attention. As I write this, I like YouTube and Facebook as a primary source of adverts, or this could easily change as new platforms emerge. It's not possible to go into fine detail about every step and nuance of using YouTube, but I'll give you the overview. Have you ever been on YouTube and clicked on a video and first had to watch an advert about something totally random? You most likely hovered over the skip ad button, waiting for it to count down to 0, and then pressed it so you could get on with watching the video you wanted to watch in the first place, right? So your belief would understandably be that these pre-roll or in-search ads, as they're known, wouldn't work. But you'd be wrong. Very wrong. The reason you clicked past the pre-roll advert is because it was most likely a random advert that did not relate in any way to the original video. It was also very obviously an advert to sell you something rather than information relating to something you were actually interested in. One of my main topics is teaching people like you how to become world-class speakers so you can share your message online, on stage, or on the screen of a computer. And of course make money from it, hence the title of this book. Every day there are people searching on YouTube for instructional videos on public speaking or presentation skills, and some of these are better than others. So what I do is this. I select videos sharing information on public speaking with a relatively high number of views and place my pre-roll advert on it. This means my pre-roll advert will appear right before the original video about public speaking. Now, because my video promises great free information if they visit my website, every day people click on the ad in my advert and are redirected to my website. Hey presto, I've attracted a new visitor. The results of your adverts can be recorded and measured so that you know exactly which adverts are producing the best results. The beauty of advertising platforms like YouTube and Facebook is you can have your adverts only show to certain people depending on many factors, including, for example, where they live. Remember, YouTube is just one example of the kind of advertising platforms available online. I like YouTube because it's video-based, which gives me, as an advertiser, the greatest opportunity to engage all the senses of my audience to inspire them to go to my website, where I can give away my product for free and start a long-term relationship. Years ago, you'd had to spend a fortune on TV advertising to get this kind of an advert in front of people. Even if you could afford it, your audience was untargeted, and they couldn't click a link on the TV either. And even if they could, there'd be no website as the internet wasn't invented yet. Remember, I was watching late-night television back in 2002 when Tony Robbins' 30-minute infomercial appeared. I'm not sure how much it cost to make a broadcast, but it was Tony's only option to spread his video message far and wide at the time. Of course, Tony now uses the latest strategies of reaching out to people, as I do, but I'm sure glad he reached out through TV all those years ago, or I would not be speaking this book right now and you wouldn't be listening to it. Perhaps this is a good moment to stop, reflect and remind ourselves what we're doing here. Yes, we are marketing to get our brand and our message out there and obviously make money. It's good to make money, and it's only right and fair that you should be rewarded financially for your efforts. But always remember there are other rewards too. Knowing that you've helped someone to transform their life or results is surely the most valuable reward of all. Personally, I keep a file of all the letters, emails, posts, comments, and cards where people have thanked me for reaching out and sharing my message. Don't get me wrong, the money's nice, but I believe the feeling of knowing you made a difference in someone's life is the real currency behind why we do what we do. Here's a story from Cheryl Chapman, who attended my events and changed her life to the extent she ultimately became one of my international trainers. Who knows, maybe you'll be next. Cheryl's story. Have you ever been at a crossroads in your life? Do you go left, right or forward? Or do you turn back to where you came from? But as Will Rogers said, you can be on the right track, but you'll get run over if you just sit there. On October 15, 2011, you'd have seen me sitting inside the Troxy Theatre in London, a large Art Deco building. It has 2 sweeping staircases that have been perfect for the likes of Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. But it wasn't dancers that took the stage that day, it was speakers. "Who is this?" asked the Indian woman sitting next to me as I looked up at the stage. I could see from the familiar face of a tall man with white hair, but this man was far from a pensioner. He's wearing an expensive blue suit and is dressed as if he's on his way to the office. "Oh, this is Bob Proctor. Have you heard of him?" Bob Proctor's voice echoes around the theatre. So many people tiptoe through life trying to reach death safely. When I die, I want to be thoroughly used up. The audience is clapping and raising hands in agreement. I'm not sure if I'm in the right place because this is a far cry from my everyday life. Let me take you into my world. My work days are long. I leave the house at 6 a.m. and return home 14 hours later. I often spend my day sitting in front of retail buyers who want to get everything at the cheapest price and always want it yesterday. Today I'm sitting opposite Dracula, a thin, pale, emotionless man whose mantra is work, work and more work. "Cheryl, I want to discuss something that happened when I was away. You didn't return my call last night for over 60 minutes. This is totally unacceptable." "But it was after 8 p.m. I was out for dinner with some friends." "Cheryl, you should be on call 24/7. You get paid a salary and a great company car and benefits. I will not tolerate this sort of behaviour. Sort it out." I couldn't wait to get back out of the sanctuary of my house and scream, "It's not fair. I don't have a life." Back at the Troxy Theatre, the next speaker is announced. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Andy Harrington." I shrugged at my neighbour. Never heard of this one. But little did I know what was about to happen. As Andy started his presentation, it was as if he was talking just to me. If you were to die tomorrow, who would mourn your loss? I remember thinking, not a lot of people, because I've never had the time for anyone. I'm always working. Have you ever had a time when someone spoke to you and you had a connection, like they're on the same wavelength as you? That was what happened to me that day. How did he know what my life was like? So when Andy presented the opportunity to attend Public Speakers University, I ran to the back of the room, not just for the course, which I really liked the sound of, but because I knew Andy was going to help me. Don't ask me how I knew, I just did. Work continued to be a nightmare though. Stressful, long hours with no appreciation from Dracula. But after attending the Public Speakers University and being accepted as a member of the Professional Speakers Academy, I'd found a new purpose in life and decided to work on Plan B, which has set up my new business. I'd love to tell you that it all went to plan, but I found it increasingly impossible to live with a foot planted in 2 separate worlds. Dracula had sensed something was happening and interrogated me. "Cheryl, it seems like this public speaking you've been doing is far more interesting to you than your role here. You've got until Friday to determine which is your priority." Have you ever known what you should do? What the right thing was to do? With every fibre of your body says what you should do. Then your head says, "You have a mortgage to pay. What about the debt you have, Cheryl? You have responsibilities." I spent the next few days in turmoil. I couldn't speak to my family about it because I knew they would worry. It was during that time I got a call from my cousin Linda. "Hey Cheryl, just checking you're still coming over for Lindsay's birthday." "Hi Linda, yes, sorry, not got back to you. I had a lot on. Yeah, I'll be there. We'll have a good natter then, okay?" This was not a usual birthday celebration. Lindsay, my Kylie Minogue look-alike cousin, had died 10 years previously at the tender age of 27 from a disease called cystic fibrosis, and this was a birthday celebration to remember her life. Linda's call reminded me of a conversation with Lindsay just before she died. "Cheryl, I know I'm not going to have a long life. but I'm going to make sure I live a full life. I'd rather have 5 minutes of wonderful than a lifetime of regret. As I put down the phone to Linda, the decision was made. I resigned. It was tough at first. I lost my salary overnight. My financial situation was challenging. My family thought I'd gone mad. However, suddenly I had time, so I made an action plan. I studied NLP and life coaching, and after attending the Public Speakers University and being accepted in the Professional Speakers Academy, I started moving in the right direction. I became an ACE, Academy Coaching Executive for Andy's Jet Set Speaker System, and within 9 months I became one of the top speaker coaches in the world. Today, I travel all over the world sharing a message of hope and help to large groups of people. In the last 9 months, I've spoken in Australia, Malaysia, Singapore, South Africa, Europe and the USA. I also have my own business called The Law of Action. I use Andy's strategies and tactics to promote my products and services. And now I have more money in the bank than I have ever had before, a brand new car and a house I love. But more importantly than all of that, I now do what I love, with the people I love, and I get to make a difference in the lives of thousands of people. Life is great. Convert into qualified leads. So your potential client has watched your advert on YouTube or Facebook, and you've convinced them to click a link and go to your website. Now we have to convert them into a qualified lead. Specifically, we need to deliver on our promise by giving them an opportunity to receive some free training from us. In doing so, they will be giving their contact information so they can receive it from you. Clearly, this means you need a website. But I want to be clear here. I'm not talking about some corporate-looking website with a standard About Us page and all those navigational tabs that force visitors to hunt around for information. Instead, you need what is commonly called an opt-in or squeeze page or landing page, where the only focus is to invite people to get your free training. Typically, you need an opt-in video, which plays automatically as soon as they visit the site, and a place for people to enter their contact information so they can get the free training. To see an example of a good-looking online masterclass, go to www.jetsetspeaker.com. It's important to understand that just because people have navigated to your website from YouTube, Google or Facebook, it doesn't mean they will automatically sign up for your free training. The layout of the page makes a difference, but the most important thing to consider is the quality and structure of your opt-in video. Getting the opt-in. First, you have to have something that people really want. It doesn't matter how well you come across in the video if the free training doesn't hit all the right buttons. Your opt-in video must be relatively short. Something like 2 minutes is ideal. In the video, you must position yourself as an authority, promise to solve a problem they have relating to your topic, briefly talk about the training or information they will get, and finally call them to action. You must be very specific about how they input their details in the boxes provided to get it. All being well, you now have a new prospect on your list within your contact management system that will now be sent your free information or training. Now it's time to campaign and sell. For your free training product to be effective, it must not only teach and demonstrate the quality of your information, but it must also seed the idea there are further advanced training sessions and products available. This is a crucial understanding because when you create your free product, you should design and develop and deliver it with this outcome in mind. This means you should not just take some random report or video and throw it up online for free. Instead, you must create your free product deliberately as the first step in a campaign to win a new customer. The key here is the concept of a campaign. Far too many people in our industry try to market their products or events with one-off emails or adverts. As already discussed, that simply won't work. In our industry, a good campaign is a strategic sequence of individual promotional pieces that educate your potential client and build trust, credibility and authority while creating enough desire that they want more from you and are willing to pay for it. To experience a good campaign, simply visit www.publicspeakersuniversity.com. A good value-added campaign recognizes a truth that not everyone is ready to make a buying decision the very first time they hit your website. Instead, you're offering something valuable while capturing their contact information and building a relationship over a number of days. In doing so, you're establishing yourself in their mind as an expert, but also moving them closer to the point they are ready to buy. It's also important to know that not everyone who goes through the campaign will buy. But remember, you're now positioned in their mind. If you now put them into a longer-term, value-based sequence, when they are ready to buy, perhaps when a solution is both urgent and important, they'll remember you and know exactly where to find you. Collaborate and accelerate. Once you've established your automatic marketing machine and made profits by feeding the machine with online advertising, it's time to collaborate and accelerate. Armed with your conversion rates and statistics, I recommend you approach other information marketers and engage in a joint venture. Essentially, this involves another list owner sending an email to their own list recommending people should visit your website to get your free product. It is a very simple way of driving more people to visit your website and therefore feed your campaign. Provided you form a joint venture with information marketers who have a list of people who are potential high probability clients for you, this can be a very lucrative opportunity for both of you. Typically, the way to structure the deal is to offer them 50% of the revenue of the product or service you'll ultimately sell during your campaign. Alternatively, if it's appropriate to do so, you could offer them a reciprocal arrangement where in a few weeks' time they could mail your list, or indeed you could offer them to mail your list first on their behalf. This is why I have stressed the importance here of first building your own list through online advertising. Once you've built your list, you'll find it much easier to find joint venture partners because you'll have proven results based on your campaigns. So you can make some good assumptions about how much their 50% will be worth based on their list size. Also, they are much more likely to agree to reciprocal email if you have a decent sized list already. Turn your customers into affiliates. An often overlooked strategy of marketing is to get your customers to recommend you. Your best customers could be incentivized to send out emails to their contact list or post on their social media profiles. In doing so, they'll also send people to your website, and yet again, you'll be kickstarting your marketing campaign with your free product or training. The deal again typically will be 50% of the revenue generated from the sales made during the campaign. Chapter 7 in a nutshell. Don't use traditional media like newspapers and radio first. Capture attention online and target your customers. Drive online traffic to your website. Give away a free information product to gain contact details. Make the free gift the first step in a multi-step campaign. Throughout the campaign, build trust, credibility, and authority. Make an offer during the campaign for a high-value product or service. After the campaign, put non-buys into a follow-up sequence. Accelerate your reach through joint venture and affiliates. Chapter 8. Performing like a professional. Of all the skills you could master, as someone sharing your knowledge, know-how and wisdom, surely the ability to speak confidently, congruently and conversationally to larger and larger groups of people would come top of the list. Your ability to get your message across and then ultimately influence an audience will determine your ability to make big money and an even bigger difference in the lives of the people it reaches. For many people, the idea of standing up in front of an audience, or for that matter in front of a camera, sends them into a tailspin. The fear of public speaking is higher on their list of fears than dying. But when we think about this further, it makes no sense, since we are speaking in public all the time and are therefore able to do this with no fear at all. However, if you suddenly stand up and speak to an audience, that's when the nerves kicks in. First and foremost, you'll be a much better speaker when you've crafted world-class content, which is bang on the money for the audience you're speaking to. When you put together a presentation where the information is so good and so valuable that even if you were the worst presenter in the world, the audience will still be hanging on it every word. In Chapter 5, Producing World-Class Content, I stress the importance of structuring your content around a solution framework that will become your own unique branded solution. Your UBS gives you a sense of confidence as it provides a structure without the need to use boring and unmemorable bullet points during your presentation. Your UBS also gives you a freedom of expression whilst keeping you on track, on time, and on topic. Earlier in this book, I also spoke of the importance of sharing not just information in the form of facts or ideas, but also for you to stand up and share what you believe. As people sharing knowledge and know-how, we must also provide motivation so we don't only inform, but also transform. I've also shared the need to design, develop, and deliver great stories to deepen an audience's understanding of your material. Stimulating the right hemisphere of the brain will connect to a deeper truth and facilitate a change in beliefs, thoughts, feelings, decisions, actions, and therefore results. The hallmark of a true thought leader is the quality of their ideas, strategies, and tactics. But if you're going to make it really big, you need to master the art of speaking, whether to a small group of people in a meeting, thousands of people at a conference, or direct to camera for your website videos or as part of your value-based sequence marketing campaigns. Getting in the zone. As a speaker, you must develop the ability to manage your emotional state. Clearly, this is important, so you want to come across as professional and measured in your approach. Without the charisma and confidence of a top-class performance, your audience might not believe in you and buy into your message. However, there is an even more important reason why you must first manage your emotional state. It's because you want to be able to influence the emotional state of your audience. You have no doubt heard about the concept of taking your audience on a journey. But what does this really mean? It's an emotional journey of the higher beats of personal power, confidence, and inspiration to the lower vibes of the heart, or an introspective, reflective note of the mind. More about this in a later chapter. This brings me to a fundamental shift in perspective if you're to become a world-class presenter. And here it is. Focus on your audience while trusting your unconscious mind to deliver your content. This means getting into the performance zone, as all professionals, athletes and presenters must do to perform at their peak. All skill at the level of mastery is unconscious behaviour. Consider a competent typist. They no longer look at the keyboard. Instead, they trust their unconscious rather than looking at each individual key. If you drive a car, you should be able to drive it without thinking about it, and instead focus on the other cars on the road. When I was learning to drive, I remember a mistake of being overly concerned about being able to see the hood or the bonnet of my car from my seated position. However, now I'm a more accomplished driver, I no longer need to think about the car. Instead, I look ahead in peripheral vision and trust my positioning on the road. Have you ever had to squeeze through a narrow gap whilst driving your car? If so, you'll know this is easier if you go into peripheral vision and trust yourself to navigate through the gap. What you don't want to do is overly focus on what you wish to avoid, as you're more likely to steer off course and hit it. Peripheral vision is the key to high performance. Top sports people and athletes understand this because their ability, once honed into a skill set, is stored in their unconscious mind. They understand the importance of trusting themselves in the key clutch moments of a game so they can rise to the top. Public speaking is exactly the same. You must internalize your content during its creation and then practice so it becomes second nature. But the moment you present live, you must not think about your message. Instead, you must become fully present for your audience and trust that your content will come through you. By going into peripheral vision as you walk out on stage, you'll be accessing your unconscious mind where all your content and all your presentation skills are stored. This allows your conscious mind the freedom to read the room and make small alterations to your performance since each audience is different. Debunking a myth. In my seminars and workshops, I will often ask, what's the most valuable resource for human beings? People will shout out things like love, money, other people. But of course there's a much more valuable resource, and that is oxygen. I don't know if you've thought about it before, but speaking involves breathing. Specifically, when you're speaking, you're only ever breathing out. Go ahead and try and speak whilst you breathe in. If you just did it, you looked and sounded weird. Clearly, at some point, having spoken whilst breathing out, you'll need to breathe in again. There's a lot of nonsense spoken about breathing when it comes to public speaking. No doubt, you'll have heard people saying you must breathe from low down in the diaphragm, taking in big, deep breaths so you can project your voice. Let me tell you, if you start taking deep breaths throughout your presentation on stage, you're going to look even weirder than trying to speak in as you breathe. When you read a passage of text in a book, it tells you where to breathe. A comma means you take a small pause, and, therefore, half a breath. And a period, or a full stop, means you take a longer pause, and therefore a full breath. So you only need to pause for long enough to get enough air to comfortably reach the next comma or full stop. The rate and pace at which we breathe is intrinsically linked to our state. When we are fearful, we take much shorter breaths. We also increase the levels of adrenaline in our body, readying us to fight or flight. But whilst it's important to breathe normally when speaking on stage, don't think about it. Focus on breathing will screw it up, because breathing is yet again an unconscious skill. The answer is simply to punctuate your message with pauses. In doing so, you'll regulate your breathing and, importantly, giving yourself an opportunity to lubricate your mouth, swallow, and give yourself time to access your content. Rookie speakers tend to have an irregular breathing pattern, which induces anxiety. They don't swallow enough, so their vocal cords become dry and stretched, which impairs performance and further increases the feeling of fear. Because the body is under stress, the brain looks for a cause and concludes that public speaking is the problem. And hey presto, you now have a fear about it. However, the real fear is running out of oxygen, which is definitely something to be afraid of. But the truth is there's plenty of oxygen available when presenting. You just need to insert punctuation so you can have some. Pausing also entirely will stop you from inserting filler sounds or words like actually, and basically when presenting. You'll have more measured, relaxed, and conversational style that allows your brain enough time to access your content. Teaching should not be a one-way street. Pausing isn't just to give you time. Your audience also needs an opportunity to take in what you've said so they can make a picture of it in their mind and, of course, most importantly, reflect upon your point and hopefully relate it to their direct situation. This in turn stimulates an internal dialogue where they evaluate your idea and make a decision about whether to implement your advice or not. A simple pause of 2, 3, or 4 seconds is enough for this processing to take place. There'll be moments in your presentation where it will make sense to pause for longer, often right after you have delivered a powerful impact line. Don't be perfect, be authentic. In all the years I've been teaching presentation skills, it seems that one of the most challenging principles is simply to be yourself. Many speakers adopt an on-stage persona that is different to how they are like off-stage. This persona is often one of feeling the need to be perfect and not make any mistakes. However, no one is perfect, and so it comes across as insincere and inauthentic. It's almost as if the presenter is wearing a suit of armour to protect their real self underneath. They want to protect themselves from attack. But when you wear a suit of armour and look unbelievably perfect, this is exactly when people will fire arrows at you to find the chink in your armour. The easiest way to get an audience on side is to share a situation where you show you weren't perfect and learnt a valuable lesson. The story you share should ideally relate to the topic you're teaching, although some stories are generic enough to work in most contexts. The story I shared in this book about my presentation where I ended up with ink on my face is an example of the type of situation you could use. It tells the audience that you are far from perfect and instead you are someone who has learnt by doing. Stand and deliver. It is often said that some people have the ability to really own the stage when they make a presentation. But what does that mean? As audience members, we make judgments about the presenter based on how they sound and look. I'll discuss this later in this chapter, the subject of sounding good, so let's turn our attention now to looking good on stage or on screen. I'm not talking here about your choice of clothes, although this is important. I mean your physicality, specifically your posture, your stance, because physicality plays a big part in people's perception of you. Most people don't stand too well, and this is magnified when you get up in front of an audience. Men tend to stand with their feet wide in the cowboy-like pose, and women often stand with their weight on one foot with uneven hips. Neither of these are professional postures of someone who is a trusted authority figure. At the Public Speakers University, we teach speakers to stand confidently by having their feet hip-width apart, with their pelvis in a neutral position and a nice lengthened spine. It isn't about being tall, but it is about using all your own available height and being comfortable in your own skin. To give you a visual reference for this technique, and to watch me coach a member of an audience in how to improve their stage presence, I recorded a video for you. Again, you can access it through our resource site. Simply go to www.passionintoprofit.info. Connection and rapport. As I've shared earlier in this book, your job as a speaker is not just to inform, but also to transform. In Chapter 5, Producing World-Class Content, I discussed with you how to put your content together so that it facilitates this transformation. But a huge part of your ability to deliver that information will be shaped by the way you connect with your audience. If there were just one presentation skill I would encourage you to master, it would be your eye contact. Most speakers have aerosol eyes, meaning they spray their eye contact all over the place. This is a huge mistake, because fleeting eye contact is normally a behaviour displayed by people who are untrustworthy. Speak to all, but look to one. Instead of this scattergun approach, use a laser-like technique where you look directly at just one person while you deliver a sentence or thought. Then, once you reach a comma, or period, full stop, radically shift your eye contact to someone else in the audience. Holding your eye contact with each member of the audience lets them know they are important and significant. The shift of your eye contact should always be radical and not linear, as you don't want to make it look like a deliberate technique. When you have a big audience, make your eye contact shifts even more radical, since there will be so many people to get to. If you present in giant arenas, as I often do, note each section of seating and make sure you connect with people in the front, middle and rear of each section. Because people are further away, when they look at one person, 50 to 100 people will think you are looking directly at them. Again, I provided a free resource for you to see how this works. Visit www.passionintoprofit.info and watch a video here as you see the power of using eye contact to connect with your audience. As thought leaders, we can do much more than simply teaching. We have the opportunity to create real and lasting change. But it's a sad fact that many people hear great advice on how to improve their situation, but fail to act and fail to implement. Now, why is that? Often people are shut down to new ways of thinking and new paradigms that could be game changers for them. I believe that our job as agents of change is to 1. Open people up where they were previously blocked. 2. Give them access to their awesome inner power that's within all of us to turn any situation around. 3. Ignite their faith and belief in themselves to do anything they put their mind to. Taking the audience on a journey. The true hallmark of a great speaker is their ability to take us on a journey. But what does this mean? The journey, as we call it, is a roller coaster ride of emotions the audience experiences throughout your speech. But to do so, we must be willing to ride the roller coaster with them. In a few moments, I'll introduce you to 4 archetypes living within you. An archetype is the notion that we all have different characters or parts of ourselves we can call upon in any given situation. These archetypes are not real, they exist as metaphorical characters, giving us quick and easy access to an emotional state more appropriate to the situation at hand. Interestingly, having worked with thousands of people, I've found that not everyone is comfortable expressing themselves through each of these archetypes. Often, this is because of events in their past that have caused them to reject or cover over certain archetypes. This can also result in an overuse of one specific archetype, so it becomes too dominant, making people too one-dimensional and therefore less effective. When we're in rapport with our audience and then slip into expressing our message through these archetypes, we shift the mood in the room. By doing so, you'll be awakening dormant archetypes for people that may just be the key to unlocking their ability to understand, implement, and get ahead. Although there are many archetypes, let's take a look at the main ones. Number 1, the sage. The sage within us is on a quest to discover hidden truths. It is said that knowledge is power, but the sage is instead on a hunt for wisdom. The sage is not afraid to use and share their power. Where some think, if I share my power, I'll lose my power, the sage comes from a place of abundance that says, if I share my power, I'll increase my power. The sage communicates in clear and resonant tonality. They never rush their words. Their speech is deliberate and meaningful. The volume and the pace of their speech is right in the middle of their range, but it's far from monotone. In fact, their voice is melodic and rhythmic and somewhat hypnotic to those tuned into it. The warrior. The warrior within us is courageous and determined to fight for what is right, not in a physical sense, but in the energy of their conviction and commitment to do what is necessary to get the job done. The warrior sets the boundaries of our kingdom and the standard for what our own behaviour and those of our inner circle should be like. The warrior is not afraid to be different when they need to be. They can say no and be okay with it. The warrior within us wants to explore new horizons and broaden the boundaries of the kingdom in search of new experiences and new adventures. The warrior speaks and moves with certainty, with a voice that is direct and authoritative. They mean what they say and they say what they mean. They call people to action and influence people to march forth and become leaders in their own right. Their words are louder, shorter, punchier, and have an immediate impact that makes their troops feel motivated and ready for action. Number 3, the lover. The lover within us is open, trusting, and vulnerable. I'm not talking about the kind of vulnerability that says I'm weak and broken. Instead, I mean a vulnerability that demonstrates a level of authenticity, transparency, and genuineness that comes from the centre of who you really are. The lover within you brings people together and shares from the heart, speaking softly, with much longer pauses, allowing people to feel the impact of the message through an inward reflection. The resonance of the lover's voice has a vibration of love, not often heard in public. Number 4, the jester. In the days gone by, the courts and kings of queens would employ the services of a jester to amuse and entertain their guests. Interestingly, though, the jester would also make fun of the king or queen in a way that no one else would be permitted to do so. The job of the jester when on stage is to burst your own ego and not take yourself too seriously. Your jester is spontaneous and fast-thinking with wit and humour. Even though a jester is self-deprecating, it is always done with a feeling of, I'm okay with who I am. Most importantly, the jester affords people the chance to relax and enjoy themselves whilst learning valuable lessons throughout your presentation. The jester expresses themselves through a high-pitched tone with short and explosive bursts of words, often in a flippant or unexpected way that catches people off guard, prompting laughter. Match the mood. The key to taking the audience on a journey is to flow in and out of the different energies of these archetypes, sometimes even in one single sentence. Clearly, some of the moments of your message lend themselves better to one archetype than the other. Knowing this, you can begin to deliberately influence an audience's state so that your message is absorbed at the unconscious level. Each of these archetypes can be enhanced with a gesture that helps you to express them when speaking, and anchors the audience into accessing them. Gestures are a visual representation of your emotions, so it should feel natural to express yourself with each one if you're communicating from the appropriate archetype. Earlier in this chapter, I spoke about having a good stance in order to have a presence, but to truly own the stage, you must also move with purpose too. Many rookie speakers wander aimlessly around the stage, or conversely stay rooted to one spot. By walking purposely to the flanks and staying there for a while, you'll demonstrate your willingness to connect with everyone, not just those at the front and centre. Before you walk to a new place on the stage, lock eyes with a member of the audience who is in the direction you're moving. This gives you a focus and intention to move and will totally look natural. If you want to move people with your message, you need to move around the stage. Don't pace up and down or you look like a caged tiger looking to escape. Always pause when you get to where you're going and communicate from that spot for a while. Sometimes you can even move out to the audience to share your message more intimately and conversationally. Tony Robbins is particularly adept at doing this, but at 6 feet 7 inches tall, he probably doesn't need a stage as much as I do. Chapter 8 in a nutshell. Punctuate your message with pauses. Let go of your content, trust it will be there, and get in the zone. Be yourself as everyone else is taken. Develop your stage presence by standing in your power. Take the audience on a journey of emotions. Access your archetypes and open up your audience. Let your gestures be a natural expression of how you feel. Move with purpose and own the stage. Chapter 9. Persuading people to buy. Here's an interesting question. What do all successful businesses have in common? The answer is they all sell something for a profit. This book is entitled Passion into Profit. And for you to make those profits, people need to buy your information products, seminars, workshops, webinars, and mastermind programs. If you haven't produced something to sell yet, then re-listen to Chapter 5, Creating World-Class Content, or Chapter 6, Productizing Your Knowledge, and get producing and publishing something to sell. Don't worry if your first attempt doesn't produce something amazing. Trust me, you'll get better. Okay, time for a rant. If there's something that drives me crazy, it's the notion that selling is bad. Selling is good. Well, the kind of selling I'll reveal here anyway. Remember, a product or service you provide essentially solves a problem for your clients or enhances their quality of life. So why would you feel bad about helping someone? Before money was invented, people would exchange their services or barter with each other. This meant the more you did for others, the more favours you stacked up. So that if you needed something done, you could call in the favour. But today, this is money that stacks up in our bank account, not favours. Simply put, the more money you have, the more people you've helped. This means that those without enough money have not yet found an effective way of helping lots of people. Pitching to large groups of people. So how do you help lots of people and be handsomely rewarded for your efforts? The answer is to pitch your products and services to large groups of people all at once. Think about it. Why would you sell one-to-one when you can sell one-to-many? Here are the 3 primary ways to pitch to large groups of people. Number 1, an offer made through an online webinar. A webinar is an online seminar. Essentially, registrants to the webinar are sent a unique link via email. When they click the link, they are taken to the webinar, which enables them to see what your computer is displaying and hear your voice live. To host a webinar, all you need are your PowerPoint or Keynote slides and a computer with a microphone, which is normally built in. You also need a webinar provider. The most commonly used is GoToWebinar, and it's very easy to use. The benefits of using a webinar is that it's relatively inexpensive, as you won't have to hire a venue and pay for sound technician and AV. Also, if you put on a live event and hire a venue and only 10 people show up, when the room holds 100, it won't look good. With an online webinar, the participants can't see how many people are on the webinar, only you can. Webinars are typically 60 to 90 minutes in length, which is enough time to deliver a great presentation and a well-crafted pitch. The downside of the webinar compared to a live event is you might find that your conversion drops the higher the price point, as there isn't quite as much trust generated. 2. An online offer made through a recorded online video. In Chapter 7, Promoting Your Products and Services, I outlined a campaign where a customer opts in and then gets a free gift from you. Ultimately, go into a campaign where an offer is made. That offer can be made through a video. This strategy is particularly useful if you're selling a slightly higher priced product or seminar, as you'll have created more trust, credibility and authority over the course of the campaign. For the video to be effective, you'll need to spend money to produce a good video. Number 3. An offer made during a live seminar. This could be either a free or low-paid preview event that you have marketed, or it could be an event that you've been invited to be a guest speaker at. Either way, you'll be presenting for approximately 60 to 90 minutes and making your offer during your presentation for people to purchase your products or services right there and then in the room. The advantage of the live event is that your conversions will typically be the highest of all 3 options, and the order transaction value will also be the highest too. The downside is it's harder to market to people to come to a live event, even if it's free, as they have to travel and be available to attend also. For every 100 people who register for a live event, around 30 to 40 people will attend. In addition, there is the increased cost of putting on the event. A strategy that works best is a webinar or sales video where you offer people an entry-level product or service and then upsell them on coming to a live event. This way, the attendance will be almost 100% because people have paid to attend and will have more to lose if they don't show. During your paid event, you'll also be able to make an offer for an even higher value product or service. Present, pitch, and grow rich. Regardless of your mode of delivery, there are certain principles you must follow when creating and delivering this type of presentation. In Chapter 7, Promoting Yourself and Your Services, I introduced the principle of give first before you receive. When it comes to selling on a webinar, online video, or live on a stage, this means that teaching and educating is the premise for the presentation. However, there's an art and a science regarding what information to include or leave for another time. When it comes to a short presentation with a pitch, the biggest mistake that experts make is to drill down too deep into their content. If you do this in a short presentation, you'll usually overwhelm or confuse people, and confused people do not buy. To really understand the nuances of how to do something, people need to experience it, get their hands on it, and ask questions. This all takes time, and it's time you don't have in a short presentation. The second mistake that experts make is to teach content all the way through their presentation and then bolt a pitch on the end. This simply will not work. When you spring an offer on your audience at the end, they haven't had enough thinking time to run their buying strategy and decide if they want it or not. I'm not saying you won't make any sales. The impulsive people are those who are at the right stage of the buying cycle might buy, but this isn't going to be a high percentage of people. The third mistake is not having an irresistible offer for people to buy on the day. The offer must be so good that people feel compelled to buy because the deal is structured into a special package offered only to those who buy within a certain time period, usually on the day. Trust me, if you give people the option to put off a decision and get back to you another day, most likely you'll never hear from them again. Use your solution framework. In Chapter 5, Producing World-Class Content, I extolled the virtues of having a UBS. Creating a presentation around your UBS allows you to keep the majority of your content at the conceptual and theoretical level without making the mistake of going too deep. First, your presentation should start with a goal or aspiration that you're certain your audience wants. Then it should move on to problems and challenges they face in achieving it. This immediately creates a gap between where they are and where they want to be, and makes clear the obstacles that they'll need to overcome to get there. Second, introduce your solution framework, or UBS, as something that will overcome the challenges and obstacles ahead, acting like a map. Each part of your solution should solve a specific problem that your audience has or will have in the pursuit of their goal. Take a look at the Jet Set speaker system for a visual representation of my UBS for teaching my audiences how to become a world-class speaker. The top boxes of this Jet Set speaker system relate to the problems or areas to be addressed: presentation skills, content creation, engaging the audience, and getting paid to speak. Below are the individual systems to resolve these issues. For presentation skills, the stress-free speaker system. For content creation, stay and pay positioning, the format formula, and the unique branded solution. For engaging the audience, the Try Summit storytelling system and the Kickstart content creator. And for getting paid to speak, the Pitch and Grow Rich formula. Your solution framework becomes a map that guides the audience in how to get from where they are to where they want to be. And it's this information contained in the layers below the overall framework they will be ultimately buying. The key in the early part of your presentation is the positioning of your UBS as the solution to your audience's problems. Under each of these systems shown in the Jet Set speaker system are step-by-step instructions and specific tactics to achieve success and solve each of the problems they relate to become a world-class speaker. After positioning your unique branded system, it's time to get under the hood by choosing just one of your subsystems and revealing some of the strategies, the tactics that go underneath. In doing so, you'll be demonstrating the depth and quality of your solution framework, but crucially without revealing it all. It's important to remember that we don't want to go too deep and reveal everything during this presentation, as will overwhelm and confuse our audience. In any event, there won't be enough time in a short presentation anyway. For an example of a webinar presentation where I make a pitch for one of my products, visit www.jetsetspeaker.com. Structuring your talk this way highlights the problems to be solved and the obstacles to overcome whilst informing your audience what they need to focus on to solve it, through the overview of your UBS. You will also have given them an insight into how to solve one of the problems, through diving deeper into one of your subsystems. Incompletion is the key. By presenting your content in this way, your audience will experience a sense of incompletion. You've shown them the map of the whole solution and give them a taste of what's underneath. At the end of your presentation, they'll know how good your information is, and now they'll want more. And this is, of course, what you'll offer them. You'll be selling a solution where they'll either learn all of it in longer, more advanced training, or a done-for-you service where you'll implement the system for them, or perhaps a product that automates the whole process. This feeling of incompletion is an important one to create for your audience. They will now be aware there's a gap between where they are and where you can take them, which needs to be closed, and they know your product or service will do the job of closing that gap. Selling is making people aware of a gap between where they are and where they want to be. Your solution is the bridge to overcome this gap. At some point in your presentation, your audience are going to be hungry for the total solution and will want to hear what is an offer to get it. What most speakers do is wait till the very end of their presentation before making an offer. This is a big mistake. Your audience need time to run their buying strategy and convince themselves they want what you have and can justify the purchase. So instead of waiting until the end, first casually mention the name of your product or service when you introduce your UBS for the first time. Then drop it into your talk a few more times, but without selling it. Just mention it. I might say, at a public speakers university, I teach people how to perform at their peak every time they speak. And I do that by teaching them the stress-free speaker system, because most people don't find it easy to speak in front of a group of people and deliver a message with certainty, confidence and congruency. But why is that? Well, you see from this snippet of my presentation that people are now aware that there's something called the Public Speakers University and that people are getting great results from attending. This is designed to be very casual, and it's mentioned as part of the content rather than a direct pitch, thus unconsciously increasing curiosity and desire. The showcase. Next, at a point approximately half to 2/3 of the way through your presentation, I suggest you deliberately and confidently make a pitch. I call this the showcase. This is where you showcase your product or service and explain what it is, how it works and who it's for, and of course who it's not for, why it's unique, what the benefits are and the results it can produce, plus all the logistical details including price. Price itself is very important. You must never introduce the price without first building value, and more specifically, proof of value. It's all very well you telling people it's the best thing since sliced bread, but it's a whole different matter when somebody else does. If at all possible, get an authority figure or a celebrity to endorse your product or service, as their words will carry more weight with your audience. Once you've completed your showcase, just roll straight back into your presentation without closing. You'll do this at the end. By going straight on with your talk, you allow time for your audience to start thinking about whether they want what you have to offer, whilst you continue with your message. Their buying strategy is running in the background. From here on, your content can serve to convince them further that they should buy. The call to action. This structure means that all the selling has already been done way before the end of your talk, which means by this point that many people are ready to buy. However, to get an even higher conversion, it makes sense to sweeten the deal a little and either give a discount on the price or include some bonus products if they make a commitment on the day or within a certain time period. Be sure to make the offer very clear and then be very direct in the action you want the audience to take, so there is no misunderstanding of what they need to do to take up the offer. Remember, the experience of buying should be exciting and fun. For you, because you're making money while making a difference, and for your customers because they're stepping up to the next level. The industry has changed. For quite some time, too many speakers gave empty content without any real useful value. Their presentations were just a series of stories about themselves and showing pictures of their achievements, but there was no actionable content being shared. I believe the days of this style of presentation are over, and we must get back to delivering value in all our presentations, whether we're selling or not. Remember, as long as you've created a world-class product or service and structured your presentation as I've suggested, you'll be giving great value. I also believe you should work to improve the overall quality of your products and services. Take great pride in the impact of each part of your customers' experiences, from your office staff to your emails, your website, your keynote slides, your manuals, names, badges, certificates, etc., and look to consistently improve them over time. Above all else, be proud of what you do and make no apologies for making an offer. Remember, selling is about solving people's problems, so get out there and help others and you'll be rewarded. Chapter 9 in a nutshell. Selling is good. Your products and services solve real problems, so be proud to sell. Choose webinar, online video, or live event as your medium of selling. Create your presentation around your UBS. Generate a feeling of incompletion so that the audience buy to get completion. Your solution must bridge the gap between where the audience currently are and where they want to be. Showcase your product or service well before the end. Sweeten the deal and incentivize people to buy now. Buy now. Chapter 10. Powering up your personality. I very much hope this book has been a reawakening for you. I hope it has helped you to see the huge potential you have to help others and, of course, make money. But I also expect you have doubts about your ability and you have fears about whether anyone would want to listen or take your advice, let alone pay for it. Well, please know these feelings are normal and natural. When you arrived in the world, you were brilliant, amazing, like a sparkling diamond, unique, special, one of a kind, outstanding and individual. However, I suspect as you grew up, you experienced that society doesn't really support you in standing out, trusting your voice and expressing your opinions. As a result, perhaps like many people, you learn to cover over your uniqueness, mute your voice and your opinions, and instead shrink down to fit in, effectively putting a protective layer on top of your diamond. Perhaps you also encountered difficult events in your life, and perhaps as a result you've even added more layers. These layers come in the forms of fears, disempowering beliefs, and self-imposed limitations. You are not alone. Many of us have believed these protective layers were real and forgotten that we were that brilliant sparkling diamond with unique talents and abilities and the power to create the life we deserve. This book has given you many new tools, strategies and techniques to shine your light and make your difference in the world. However, there's a danger you may never formulate your message, implement the ideas shared in this book, and promote yourself if you don't believe you can. This is why I saved this short chapter on personal empowerment until last, so you can complete this book ready to make the difference and leave a legacy. Get creative, get playful. Was there a time in your life where you felt more free and abundant than perhaps you do right now? For most of us, that was early on in life when we were kids, before we had our childhood conditioned out of us. Are kids naturally spontaneous? Are they loving and warm towards strangers? Are they natural communicators? Are they learning sponges? Is their primary focus to have fun? Are they okay with being emotional? Do they wake up in the morning with bundles of energy and a big happy smile on their face? Look at someone like Richard Branson. Is he playful? Does he like having fun? Is he warm and friendly, even towards strangers? Does he take risks? Does he dare to dream? Are his businesses constantly growing and expanding? Is he okay with making fun of himself? Is he spontaneous? And his name Virgin tells you everything about him. What happened to us? That childlike state is our natural state. Think about it. How much attention does a child of, say, 5, 6 or 7 give to what happened 3 or 4 weeks ago? Probably nothing. How much attention do they give to what's going to happen in 3 or 4 weeks' time? Not a whole lot. So where does a child of that age live? That's right. They live in the present moment. Right now is where they live. Time to return home. What about most adults? Where do they live? Some get stuck in the past. Some constantly hang out in the future. But the one place most adults don't live consistently is right now, the present moment. How come? How can it be that we were once fully in the moment, living in our essence, living in the heart and soul, and yet somehow we moved away from home, and now we live in our heads? For me, the answer is simple. In the stillness of the present moment, there is often a message that requires us to take an action we're afraid to take, and step up to bigger things. Instead, we keep ourselves busy and live in the dimension of distraction, doing things we believe are urgent while rarely doing those things that are important. If you're going to really truly serve with your message, you must drill down to find your diamond and remove any protective layers that stop you from committing to becoming a source of information and inspiration to others. For only when you are authentic, moving forward and taking new, bold action in pursuit of your dreams, will you build a momentum towards real and lasting success. If you want to be a New York Times bestseller, speak in giant arenas all over the world and pull in millions in revenue for your business, clearly what's required are different actions, different beliefs about your ability, new empowering habits, and bigger and bolder commitments. So the big question is now, how do we get ourselves from where we are right now to where we want to be? What got you here won't get you there. First and foremost, you must be willing to leave behind where you are right now. You must give up old actions, beliefs, values and excuses that you've been hanging on to as you start out on your journey. As you step into the unknown, you may feel exposed, uncomfortable, confused and potentially vulnerable. When this happens, you may want to turn around and run back to what you know and forget all about your dreams. Most people run back to the comfort and safety of what they know, even though it ultimately makes them feel dead inside. When they arrive back, they immediately begin to justify their behaviour by saying to themselves things like, I didn't want it anyway. And who did I think I was to have these big dreams and plans? I know my place. I know where I fit in. And all those people who said I couldn't do it, that I mustn't do it, that I shouldn't do it, well, I guess they were right. When we feel the voices of self-doubt creeping in, we must interrupt them so we stay focused on our mission and on our goals. But how do you do that? Turns out there's a simple technique you can use. When we talk to ourselves, we're often making statements that are expressed as beliefs, such as, if I do X, then Y will happen. Or, I can't do it. I'm no good. There's just no way I'll ever be able to do it. I'm just not good enough. I'll never be as good as... Whenever we say things like, there's just no way I'll ever be able to do it, we begin to shut down and become demotivated. These statements act as circuit breakers that stop us from moving forward and make us want to return back home to the comfort zone. In our moments of self-doubt, we might also be asking ourselves poor quality questions such as, why doesn't it ever work for me? Or why am I so stupid? Or what's wrong with me? Or how come I can never finish what I start? Think of your mind as a search engine, and the questions you ask are the search terms used. When you type a question into Google, it will give you a series of results that best match the question. So when in a moment of self-doubt you say, for example, why am I so stupid? Your mind will search all the times in the past where you made a mistake and deliver them to the forefront of your mind just as Google would do. As you can imagine, this kind of negative self-talk will only serve in increasing feelings of inadequacy and cause us to feel fearful while becoming stuck. Some people advocate techniques to attempt to turn off this voice, but I believe it makes more sense to simply change what it's saying. We need a series of new statements about our abilities and our identity. Also, perhaps a new set of empowering questions that change our focus in those key moments. Here's a few you might find helpful. New statements. If I take action, I will either win or I will learn something. And I love learning. When information runs out, it's time for me to make a decision. I can achieve anything I put my mind to. I can break down any complex task into smaller tasks so it becomes easy for me to achieve. I am good with people. I am good with numbers. I'm good with money. I'm good with technology. I am a leader. If someone else can do it, I can do it. I am guided. Everything happens for a reason that supports my journey. New questions. What can I learn from this? What's good about this situation? How can I reach even more people with my message? Who already knows how to do this? How can I double my results? What am I excited about today? What am I passionate about today? What's the one thing I can do today to move me closer to my goal? A good coach or consultant asks great questions to facilitate a change in thinking. On your journey to success, you need to become your own best coach and consultant. Questions change what you focus on, so it makes sense to ask those questions that cause you to focus on things that help you to tap into your power to achieve. It's inevitable that you will at times feel uncertain and for motivation levels to wane. However, by adding your own questions to those above and conditioning yourself to ask them in those key moments, you'll be directing your mind to find the answers that will keep you right back on track. The road to success has many tempting parking spaces. Will Rogers. Next steps. If you're like most people, you'll have read this book without yet putting into action the steps to build a successful business in this industry. So with this in mind, here's your action plan. Position yourself as an expert authority. Decide who you'll serve. Emphasize what makes you unique. Put a stake in the ground and claim your subject. Position yourself as the go-to guru for your audience. Prove your credibility with a personal story. Craft a personal story to position yourself as a trusted source of information. Your story should also provide a valuable lesson. Stories must not be told, they must be relived. Center a story on a challenge you overcame to become who you are. Tell your story mostly through dialogue, not narration. Produce world-class content. Produce a solution framework for your ideas. Brand your solution by giving it a unique and catchy name. Don't just inform people, transform them too. Be controversial, be different, and attack the status quo. Associate your points with things that people are already familiar with. Productize your knowledge. Package your knowledge and know-how to grow your business. Create information products so you can reach your audience more easily. People may want to read, hear, watch, or experience your content. Charge a premium for one-to-one sessions with you. Promote yourself and your services. Capture attention online and target your customers. drive online traffic to your website, give away a free information product to gain contact details. Make the free gift the first step in a multi-step campaign. Build trust, credibility and authority through the campaign. Make an offer during the campaign for a high-value product or service. After the campaign, put non-buyers into a follow-up sequence. Accelerate your reach through joint ventures and affiliates. Perform like a professional. Punctuate your message with pauses. Let go of your content and trust it will be there and get in the zone. Be yourself as everybody else is taken. Develop your stage presence by standing in your power. Take the audience on a journey of emotions. Access your archetypes and open up your audience. Let your gestures be a natural expression of how you feel. Move with purpose and own the stage. Persuade people to buy. Choose a webinar, online video, or live event as your medium of selling. Create your presentation around your UBS. Generate a feeling of incompletion so the audience buys to get completion. Bridge the gap between where the audience are and where they want to be with your solution. Showcase your product or service well before the end of your presentation. Sweeten the deal and incentive people to buy now. Power up your personality. Live in the now, generate powerful statements about your identity and ability, generate and use new empowering questions to keep you focused. I hope that reading Passion into Profit has inspired you to share the valuable lessons you've acquired on your journey and to believe in your voice as a source of hope, help and inspiration to others. I believe by expressing our ideas and standing up for what we believe in, we come to know ourselves and in doing so define the mission of why we are here. I've come to understand that for all the wisdom or knowledge I share with others, I need to always be listening to my own advice and be certain that I am being true to myself. Above all else, I wish for you to know that you're guided and you've been shaped and sculpted your whole life to be the unique, talented soul you were destined to be. Now it's time to recognize your huge potential to help others. Pass on your knowledge, share your know-how, and in the process you'll be rewarded financially and more importantly with a sense of fulfillment for making a difference. If I can be of further assistance to you through my products and live courses, I'll be very honoured to be able to serve you once again. I look forward to meeting you and hearing about your success in person. Until then, I wish you all the health, wealth and happiness in the world. Andy.